officially live.
Okie dokie. All right. Well, good morning to you out there watching the Denver Senior Masters today. We apologize for the little tech difficulties we had. We're going to have 3 cameras today. We're going to be showing lanes 1 through 6 roughly. The camera view you have now, which is roughly 29 through 33. And our other one, I believe, is going to be like around 13 to 17. So if there's anybody out there you would like us to view, please let us know. And other than that, let's enjoy some good bowling today. So here in front of us, we are going to have on lanes 1 and 2, we are going to have Anthony Bourne, Clarence Washington. Actually, my bad. Wrong group.
Yes, that's why there's numbers next to
Yeah, I
each
see
group
that.
to
'Cause I'm
help
looking
you
at
out.
that. I thought they were in order. So on lane 1, we're going to have Scott Myers, Robert White, Robert Gick, and Mark Hoffman. Lane 2, I'm sorry, let's make that group 2. Lanes 3 and 4, you're going to have Don Malin, Nate Bolton, Brett Shaw, Chris Martinez. On 5 and 6, you're going to see Kevin Maloney, Tim Osick, Steve Dudek, and Laszlo. We'll call it that. Soos. I'm not sure how you pronounce that. Soos. Okay. And maybe on 7 and 8, you might catch Tony Palma Jr., Jason Pauly, John Johnson, and Dan Streeter. So.
And then our second camera is lanes roughly 15 through 22.
So that's where we're at. So now we're going to have, let's see here, where are you at? I know we're there.
So group 8, 9, and 10. And possibly a little bit of group 11.
Yeah. So I was just kind of looking because you got Vasquez there, and I don't see him on our sheet.
Well, and he should be. I wonder if things got moved around just a little bit before we got started.
It's very possible. So on camera 2, you're going to see Mike Vasquez on lane 8.
18.
18. Who is that?
Unfortunately, I do not know the Senior Masters is.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost with these guys too. I guess that's what happens when you get older.
Hey,
Hopefully I don't get there.
I'm still younger than you. So.
You are. So that's kind of where my fault is at the moment. All right, you got Larry Harper on 17. Okay, so that's there. So
I think Mike Vasquez is just the one that's not that changed that didn't get.
Yeah. Okay, so on 19 and 20, you're going to have Anthony Boren, Clarence Washington, Christopher Woosley, and Greg Nerum. Let's see, 17, 18, you're going to have Frank Kibis, Jack Byers, Randall Wood, Larry Harper. And I do believe Vasquez took Frank Kibis' spot, I believe, because I haven't seen Kibis today. So.
And that is highly probable.
Yes. And then on our third camera, go ahead and switch that over. Let's see. All right. So we're going to have basically 29 through 32. So you're going to have Linnell Floyd, Scott Sloan, David Trehill, who's on camera now, and Ismail Smitty. Ron Hostler, which is on camera on 31. Ricky Schisler, Marco Popovich, and Dwayne Steinmetz on 31 and 32. Interesting. So it looks like the end pair is out of play today, which is nice.
Yeah, we're full up 1 through 38.
We'll call that the breakdown pair, just in case.
You never know.
Yes, sir. Last year's winner, I believe, was Scott Sloan, I believe. If memory serves me right, I do
Correct.
not remember.
Correct. When they were making their announcements, they did say Scott Sloan was
Did
the
they?
winner from
Okay.
last year.
Excellent.
And I believe they said something about he won't be seated any lower than 8,
Perfect.
I think.
Yeah, he should get it automatically entry into the top 8. If he happens to be in the top 8 during qualifying, they'll take number 9. So, or the 9th spot, basically. So, well, kind of looking around. This looks like here in front of us, we got like Kevin Maloney, 5 and 6. Brett Shaw. I do see some strings starting to pop up here and there, so not too many, but a few. So, and I believe today we are doing what, 6 games or 8 games?
I believe the first qualifying is 6 games, and then they'll have another 3 games after that.
Semis to determine the top.
Correct.
The top 4, is it?
No,
Or
top 8. Or top
oh, they're
16.
going straight that way. Okay.
Is it top 8 or top 16?
Let's just find out here. The great world of technology.
It is not good bedfellows with older folk.
That's true.
As long as you upgrade your phone every decade.
Well, like I said, I do it just because I don't want to keep buying phone cords for every new phone that I buy. I don't know if you can donate those or not. I don't know. Never
Phone
tried
cords?
to. Yeah.
They're useless.
Yeah.
Throw them away.
Yeah.
Not worth keeping.
That's sad. All right, so yes, we're going to do 6 game of qualifying today. After that, your top third of the field will bowl an additional 3 games to determine the top 8 finalists. And then from there, you're going to go 2 game single elimination match play until a winner has been had. So basically, a little bit different than the Denver Masters, where Denver Masters was double elimination, so there was a loser's bracket or a contender's bracket. Here in the seniors, they're just basically, once you get into match play, it's going to be one or go or one and done. So a little quicker, should be fast. Unlike the Denver Masters, where I think we were here for almost 12 hours. It was a long, long day. So today should be a little quicker. So it looks like you have John Johnson there on 7, just strikes. He started out with 8-1, 5 in a row. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong person. That's Danny Streeter. 8-1, 5 in a row, and another 8 count split. So pretty interesting there. You got Martinez here. Looks like he went 5 in a row, spare strike. Kind of reminiscence of the Denver Masters a couple weeks ago. He was one of the one of 3 bowlers to shoot 300. Looks pretty good. Stone 9. You got Mark Hoffman getting ready to roll on lane 1. Nate Bolton on 4. Maloney on 6. Starting to find some strikes there. Nice shot by Nate. So I keep getting the question, are you bowling? Are you bowling? They've been asking me that question for about the last 4 years. Ever since the ladies tour started. Every time I show up with Michelle, oh, you're bowling, huh? I'm like, no.
Well, I mean, I can understand why they're asking if you're bowling this. I mean,
well, yeah.
you
Been around for a while.
You're starting to show your age finally.
A little bit. That's why I keep my hair short. I let that thing grow out. I got like a skunk stripe going down the side of my head. It's crazy. So. Okay, Kyle, we'll try to get over. I believe that is camera number 3 for Chris Woosley. Let's switch over there and see what he's up to for a little bit.
It'd be camera number 2.
Number 2? Okay. Yeah. All right, he'll be right there, lane 19. Perfect. Good call. Larry Harper. We bowled a tournament last weekend, and I don't know what I did to Larry Harper, but he threw like the front 10 on me. And I was like, what's the matter, man? Are you okay? Did I upset you or something? He ended up shooting like 280. But man, that guy had a great look during that tournament. It was crazy. And here I am hitting the pocket and, leaving 10 pins. I think I left about 5 of them that game, so just ridiculous. Nice strike by Christopher. And you are welcome, Kyle. Oh, Vermont's in the house. Other side of the country. Nice. Give us a shout out. Let us know where you're watching from. Oh. So we actually got 2 live streams going today. We got one here in Colorado, and then we have the other live stream out in Amarillo, Texas with Rob Warner and Lucia Giambi. They are broadcasting, I believe it's the West Texas Baker Doubles that are out there, hosted by Mark Scroggins. From what I've been seeing, that's been looks like a very interesting tournament. So, looks like it's a lot of fun. All right, Mike Vasquez. Ooh, gets 1 out of the 4. I believe that is Anthony Bourne picking up his 5. Got a washout on lane 17. Christopher Woosley up on 20. Ooh, a little light for a half bucket. Gets 2 out of that pair. All right, we're slowly wrapping up game 1 That took about 25 minutes. So at this pace, qualifying should be done right around 12-ish, give or take. Oh, nice crumbler there by Randy Wood. Or Randall Wood. Randy Wood's been a fabulous bowler in the state of Colorado as well, too. So I believe he was inducted into the Colorado State Hall of Fame. I could be wrong. It seemed like everywhere I went and every time I turned my head, Mr. Randy Wood was shooting 300, 800, like weekly. So it looks like from where we're sitting, we got some pretty high 200s. Some low games as well too, but I think scoring pace for today is going to be fairly high. I would anticipate the cut probably being around 80 to 100 over. Oh, Mike Vasquez gets 2 out of that, barely. That's crazy. Looks like Chris Woosley got another one. He can finish out for 192. Woosley does finish out with 3 in a row to fill the 10th for 192. Fairly good game. So as game 1 starts to wrap up, you've got players moving around already. You got Greg Nerum on lane 19. So it's the first one of the 10s for 3 in a row. As the crew in Texas were calling it, the gobble, gobble, gobble.
That had to have been Lucia.
It exactly was. And then
somehow I can't see Rob saying gobble, gobble, gobble.
No, that's for sure.
Willingly.
Yeah, and then she's like, well, Isaac would say is the bird. Well, yeah. Not that bird.
Oh, not that bird.
The other bird.
Oh.
Yeah, that was funny when I heard that yesterday. I was like, oh my goodness. Greg Nerum going for a double. Looks pretty good. So it looks like Greg Nerum can finish out with 258, I believe. All right, missed the 3 there. Vasquez is going to shoot 140-ish. So Mike Vasquez finishes out for 143. A little bit of a hole to climb out of. So it looks like skipping pairs today is going to be skip 2 throughout the day.
Skip 2, skip 3, skip. Yeah, they've got
That's kind of weird. Very interesting.
Yeah, interesting format for the day.
Yeah.
So game 1, skip 2. After game 3, we'll skip 3 pair. Just kind of go back and forth between skipping 2 pair and 3 pair.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, I guess it covers the whole house doing it that way, so you're not just stuck on the one end. That's kind of my pet peeve too, just being stuck on one side or the other. I like to be able to cross the entire house. That's just me, though. All right, so we're finishing up here. Mama Schaefer just walks in the door. Let's see if I can help her out and which way to go.
He was down toward
11 and 12-ish. So second camera view, I think, or something like that.
11 and 12.
All right, so we are finished up with 18 and 19. Let's see what we got going on 3 if anybody's still going there. I think we're all done at the moment. Yep, everybody's just moving around. So with that, we're going to take a quick break, and we shall be right back. All right, we are back. Okay, so camera view now. We are going to have, after lane switches, we're going to have Brian Herr, Dennis Brown. Let's see who else we got over here. Armando Delgado. We're going to have John Jack Jackson, Dennis Falsino. Okay. Wayne Stellick and Mike Riley. To the right of them, you're going to see Tom Carter barely, Dwayne Mellinger barely, Roger Waller, or Whaler, however you like to pronounce that, and Lance McHouston. So, as soon as I get scores, I will update everybody. So, we're just waiting on scores. Stellick starts out with a strike and then a 3-4-7. Unfortunately, only gets one off of that. Mike Riley up on lane 4. He starts out with a strike. Looks pretty good. Make it a double. We're going to have Lance McHouston on lane 5. He went strike, split spare. Oh, and another split. Looks like the 4-6-7, I believe. Stellick on 3. He starts out with a strike, split open, crossover for a trip 6-10.
Just underneath the word network refresh, it changed there. It didn't change.
Jack Jackson on lane 4. He starts out with a couple of spares. Nice shot for ring and 10. Over on lane 6, you won't see Dwayne, but you'll see his ball go down the lane. Goes high for a 3-6-7-10. He started out with 9 spare strike. All right, let's move cameras and see what we got. So over on our other camera, looks like you're going to have Mark Shirless. Let's see here. Bruce Lang, Glenn Vossen, Russ Schaefer, Mike Diaz, Pat Elman, Felix Garcia, and Michael Smith. Russ Schaefer on lane 18. Oh, nice try. Pretty close. Schaefer with a strike. All right, you got Mark Shirless on 18. Goes through the face for a 3-6-10. Got Mike Diaz over on lane 19. starts out with strike, spare strike. Glenn Lawson didn't like that. Felix starts out with 3 in a row. Oh, that looks pretty good. That's 4 in a row for Felix on lane 20. Felix has been doing a lot of work on his game, physically, mentally as well. We've been working on his grip and his release, and there for a while he's having a lot of pressure in his wrist. It was killing his hand and his wrist after a while. It was pretty unbearable pain, and then it would go back through, it would go away, then come back. So we did a fit adjustment on him, and I think we went in the right direction because he's able to do a lot more things with his hand and his release at the bottom. So he's able to stay behind it comfortably. He can get around it if he needs to. So good work, Felix. We will get you where you want to be. So just give it time. The improvements are definitely helping. So short-lived. It's down.
All right, sorry. Working on other technical difficulties that if you're watching live right now, you can see that we finally have the Greater Denver USBC Masters
Pop up
banner up there, as well as telling you they're in qualifying and they're currently in game number 2.
Nice strike by Russ Schaefer. Or Russell. Mike Smith looks like he left the 4-6. All right, Felix is working on 4 in a row. Let's see what he does here. Oh, nice. Got away with that one. Yeah, you can see it on his face. Mr. Glenn Lawson. That's pretty good. Swisher 10. I'm sorry, Swisher 7. Like this. Nice shot.
Looks like Diaz now has the front 5.
Nope, that is Mr. Felix Garcia.
Is that Felix Garcia? Okay.
Yes, sir. Mr. Diaz has strike spare turkey.
So he's our able. Okay.
Yes, sir. Oh, nice little shot by Mr. Smith. Oh, did not like that off his hand. He did not like that. I believe that was Mr. Pat Elman.
Other than age for qualifying to bowl in the Senior Masters, you've got to have at least a 165 average.
Okay.
Now, is that just for previous year, or is that kind of composite?
Probably just previous year.
Okay.
So, I mean, it'd be kind of hard to do a composite on that, I would think. So, I think it's just basically minimum. So.
Okay.
I mean, because I definitely qualify for that part.
Averaging 165. Yeah, I qualify for that part as well, at least.
The only part I'm missing is just the years. Well, it's crazy because, I mean, I grew up with this entire field, basically. So, I mean,
they were all your mentors.
Pretty much, you know, they were kicking my butt when I was on. I was kicking their butt here once in a while, you know. So, bowling with all these guys made me the bowler I am today. So, you know, I'm always a big fan of, you know, if you want to get better, you know, you can take all the lessons and coaching in the world, but if you're not bowling against the best, you're not going to get any better. That's just my personal opinion. So, I mean, I've bowled with with all the players, you know, from okay to good to great to the elite players. So, and I've learned every time I bowled against every status player out there. So, I still got a lot to learn. We all do. The minute you stop learning, you might as well just quit. So it looks like Felix got 6 in a row up there and we just missed it. Interesting. Look at that. All right, Mr. Shirless on 18. Mr. Shirless, one of your classic styles. Straight up 10, down and in. That game has made him very, very good, very famous, and a lot of money back through the years. DS leaves a 3-9-10. Boomer, you're awake this early? Why are you not here bowling? Or do you have the same problem I have, not old enough?
I'm 6 days too young.
Oh, that's too bad. I think they could have given you an exemption for that, but maybe not.
Special qualification if you have a full head of gray hair, full beard of gray. Then there's special exemption may be made after that.
All right, so Felix got the front 7. Nice spare by Diaz. As soon as we get some standing sheets, we will get that information over to you, Kyle. We are currently waiting for that. So these guys are moving pretty quick. So I will probably be 2, maybe 3 games behind, roughly, as far as score updates, unless they have them.
So I haven't seen anything come out yet.
So bear with us. We're working on it. That's on the USBC side. Not our fault.
Well, and right now, Mr. Woosley probably wouldn't be on camera. He'd be just kind of like off to in the distance at the moment.
Yeah. So it'd be kind of hard to tell which one he is. So there goes Felix for number 8. Look at that.
Great
Mr.
shot.
Felix. Felix Garcia now with the front 8. Just barely missed that one. Went for the 4-7-6, 4-6-7. Got the 7 only. Diaz with a nice strike there. So this kind of reminds me of when I bowled the Denver Masters. Looks a little, not to say easier, but a little easier.
Not as tough.
Okay. Good. No, it was when I threw my first couple practice shots in the Masters. I'm like, oh boy. And I can't remember who I was bowling with, but he was like, what's wrong? I'm like, there's 2 things that are going to happen today. He's like, what? I was like, it's going to be a score fest, and the lanes are going to hook off the sheet, or it's going to be a score fest, and everybody's going to be able to stay right. Fortunately, my mindset that day was not very strong because it was, I struggled all day, let's put it that way. Probably one of my worst masters I've bowled in. Actually, the last two, the one in the Springs was pretty bad too, so it happens, is what it is, so nothing you can do about it.
Well, I think sometimes it gets in your head when you see the lanes are hooking a lot. You're like, okay, this will be simple. I got this, no problem. And then you kind of lose yourself at that point.
Yeah, you do, because you trick yourself, you know, and that's where the mental part of the game comes into play, you know. And I know better, but for some reason I just didn't have it. You know, it is what it is. You know,
Yep.
just that little bit of loss of focus can dictate a lot of big things. So, Mr. Felix is up on lane 19. He's got the front eight, looking for number 9. All right, after his shot, we will get you some standings. Diaz with a trip 10. There you go. See, that's one thing we've been working with Felix with, me and Felix, is just taking his time, making sure he's doing what he wants to do. Don't get rushed. I like his shirt, too. Ooh, got it inside. Get out of there. Oh, no. Oh, well. Good run, Mr. Felix. All right, so after game 1, your current cut is plus 12. I don't have that person on here, but your leader is Mr. Dwayne Steinmetz. He is plus 78. This is after game 1, followed by Greg Neerum at plus 58. Scott Myers at plus 46, followed by James Polk Jr. at plus 45. Scott Sloan at plus 43. Ricky Schisler at Scott Sloan at plus 44. Ricky Schisler at plus 43. Scott Roberts at plus 37. Chris Martinez at plus 33, as well as Badavinic. Don Malin at plus 32. Bruce Lang at plus 31, along with Marco Popovich. Jeff Moots at plus 30. Robert Worrell plus 27. Mike Diaz plus 25, followed by Dwayne Mellinger. Mark Shirless plus 24, followed by Dennis Brown and Kevin Maloney at plus 21. Your current cut for the top 8 is plus 33. That is after game 1. I don't have all the players in front of me at the moment, but give us time. I'm sure we will. All right, so number 2's coming down to a pretty quick finish. So yeah, I mean, at this pace, they're bowling 2 games an hour, so it should be done about 12 o'clock.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Watching that one, you had somehow a 3-5 topple.
Oh, that's interesting. Middle of the rack.
Yeah. It was 3-5 or it was 6-5 topple.
Oh, interesting.
As they were tumbling, it was hard to figure out for sure which ones were.
That's awesome. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say lane 3 and 4 are going to be our iffy pair. You got high scores and you got low scores so far. All right, Diaz starts the 10th with a strike, so puts him 3 in a row. He can strike out for 240. Felix can shoot 260 if he fills out the 10th. see Felix here shortly on lane 20. Oh, let's give a shout out to Miss Chloe Herman. She won the Northern Colorado PWBA Regional yesterday. It was her first professional title. Congrats, Miss Chloe. Zach Anders up at Highland Park Lanes up in Greeley. Hosted that tournament for, I believe, the second year in a row. I believe he's also bringing back the seniors this year or next year, so it's going to be fun. Congrats to Mr. Enders up there for doing a great job. All right, Russ Schaefer is looking to double up in the 10th. So Felix leaves a 9-pin, so Felix is probably going to shoot 240-ish, give or take. Schaefer leaves a flat 10 for 199. I'm sorry, 209.
You gonna borrow my glasses? Would that help?
No, we had this problem last week because me and Mike were talking about it because the score puts in your next shot already. So when we're seeing it, we're thinking they're gonna shoot 209 or 199, but yet they've already added that 10 in there. So it's just weird.
Mike Diaz finishing off game number 2 with 254.
Yeah, 257.
That's a 5-4.
Oh yeah, that's a double. Never mind.
It's all right. I got you.
You see what I mean?
Yep.
So now that I'm thinking, okay, now we're seeing, okay, they got a 7 there. Okay, we still got to add the 3, so 50. Yeah, see, it's one of those things. So it's like nationals.
Math is not mathing today. It's okay.
No, it's like nationals. You know, you go to nationals at the stadium, and they pretty much, you throw one ball, and it's already got your game completed, what you're going to shoot, and you're like, what? I've only thrown one shot. It's not that bad, but it's close to that. It just the way the system works here is just different. And then you have other centers where they're still 2 shots behind until you finish that next shot or 2 shots, depending on what you have. So,
Right.
Just crazy stuff. I think the easiest system I've seen has been at Highland Park, to tell you the truth. They're scoring.
I think the original easiest system is just write down your scores and you're good.
Well, yeah.
But not too many people can still hand score. But
I don't think anybody can anymore, to tell you the truth.
I know I can.
I struggle with it nowadays. I'm like, okay, you got to do this, you got to carry that. It's 2, not 1. Okay, we're good.
Yep.
And then you go back and look at it. Yeah, it's still wrong. Whatever. Technology's good for some things and not for others. So, all right. So they are finishing up here for game number 2. Everybody's starting to move around here shortly, so Mike Smith will finish us out with, throws his hands up like, whatever.
Like, why? It was
Yeah,
there the
why
whole time,
now,
right?
huh?
Yeah.
So, all right, game 2 is completed, so we shall return and hopefully get you some updates.
kissed me on camera. Oh!
back for number 3. All right, so on our main feed here, it looks like we're going to have Aaron Howard, Steve Badovinick, Scott Berger. I believe that is Greg Wabama off to the left on 1 and 2. You're going to have Joe Vickery, Scott Roberts, Anthony Unrin, and Guccione. Off to the right. Ooh, let me turn that one off. You're going to have Ishmael Schmitty, Dave Trujillo, Linneo Floyd, and Scott Sloan. Yeah, okay, I got some updates for my next bowling tournament. Well, not quite, but close. For City, we had a big old scheduling error. Somebody forgot to call and ask what tournaments were being bowled. So they originally scheduled me for the 16th and 17th. And I was like, nope, 16th's good, 17th, no bueno. That is on November 17th up in Highland Park. You're going to have the Eagle Ed up there. It's a big, big tournament up there in Greeley. Next week we are doing the Century Doubles. I will be bowling that with Mr. Felix Garcia. Try to get our title back. Let's see, what's after that? I'm not sure what's after those two. Have to wait and see.
Shot there.
Yep. One of the few bowlers in the state that throws swag equipment. It's okay. We're always forgotten. All right, we got full standings after game number 2. So let me see here, make sure my notes are right. So I'm going to assume that is our cut line. And for top 8, whew, big numbers already. All right, leading the squad, you're going to have Greg Neeram at plus 111. Scott Sloan at plus 103, followed by James Polk at plus 88. David Tolson at plus 82. Ricky Schisler at plus 81. Mike Diaz at plus 79, followed by Don Malin at plus 76. Scott Roberts at plus 74. Ron Hostler at plus 66. Mark Shirless plus 58. Jason Prather and Badovinick at plus 52. Martinez at plus 50. Giovanni Capasso at plus 49, followed by Dan Streeter at plus 48. Mellinger at plus 47. Scott Myers, Dwayne Steinmetz at plus 44. Jason Pauly at plus 39. Robert Royale and Dennis Brown plus 37. Brian Ushers at plus 31, Brett Shaw plus 30, Mike Riley plus 29, and Kevin Maloney at plus 27, and Anthony Unrein at plus 18. And right now that is your current cut. Your cut for the top 8 is Scott Roberts at plus 74. Whew. So that cut's getting up there. Your Casher's cut is pretty low still, so let's see here. Some notables, you got Randy Wood at plus 17, Felix Garcia at plus 14, John Johnson at plus 8, Glenn Vossen at plus 13. That's interesting the way he spells his name. Let's see here. Actually, you got 3 players at plus 8. You got John Johnson, Bobby Robinson Jr., and Aaron Howard. Christopher Woosley is plus 6. So he went, or I'm sorry, minus. He went 192.202. So let's see here. Other than that, let's see here. You got Russ Schaefer at minus 23. Tim Osick minus 28. Guccione at minus 31. Stellick at minus 43. Yeah, so it's kind of like both ways in a way. It's almost identical to what we did in the Denver Masters. You had a big group leading up top and big group leading at the bottom. So, and I was part of that bottom group. Alright, if there's any scores you would like to be updated on, please shout us shoot us a message, and we'll get whatever scores you need. Got any bowling coming up?
Me? No. Unfortunately, because I run my own business on the weekends, I come help do live streaming when I can. I don't get as much time free time as I would love.
Been there, done that.
Work one full-time job, try and run a business, and try and help do live streaming.
Yeah, that's a busy schedule there. Definitely a busy schedule.
Everybody likes to say, oh, well, you're still young. I'm like, yeah, tell my body that.
Yeah, that's what I've been told, too. So I ran into a friend from Greeley yesterday. She was bowling the senior women's tournament over at Holiday. And she's like, how old are you? And I was like, oh, I'm 46. And I was like, but my body says I'm like 79. She's like, no. I'm like, yes.
Most days.
I'm like, it's just how it feels.
Some days are worse than others.
Yeah, definitely.
Still have good days.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to repeat those good days. I've noticed that the more I work out in the field, like the longer days, that's when I'm hurting the most. But if I just work a normal day, I'm fine. I'm suffering from plantar fasciitis too, so and it's that's a drag.
That it is.
And we're so far along with it, me and Rochelle. It's funny because we both, I think we talked about this last week, but we both have plantar fasciitis and our slide foot, which is our left, and we both seem to have developed it at about the same time. So it's kind of interesting.
Twinsies?
Sympathy pain? I don't know.
I don't want anybody to have sympathy pain with me. We're good.
That's what I'm saying.
I'll keep my aches and pains. You keep your aches and pains.
Yeah, but I think she's struggling with it more than I am. So, like you said, good days and bad days.
Yep.
Yesterday was one of the bad days. I got out of bed and I was like, tried to hop over to the bathroom and grabbing everything I could to stay up and all that. So,
well, just in life as in bowling, if your feet are unhappy, you're unhappy. Plain and simple.
I'm not unhappy. I'm just, I don't know, maybe a little bit, but I'm not angry. Let's put it that way. It's just like, it's life. It's what it is.
Difference between anger and unhappiness.
Yeah. And it's crazy because, we get all these tips and tricks and stuff like that. And, yeah, we do all of them, and nothing seems to work. So it's like, okay, that's fine.
Ishmael's got the first 5 up for hoping for number 6.
Yep. Mr. Scotty Ishmael, or Schmitty, my fault. You are the poster boy. Get on it. Nice and slow.
Right now, we're harassing my son, who likes to come with me to live streams. That he's now going to be the ring girl, walking around with the board for updates on scores.
Hold it high. Hold it high. Youth, the youth.
Yes. And people want me to put him on the mic.
Yeah.
Nope. He's not quite ready for that yet.
Yeah. All right, Kyle. So with the scoring, what this means is anything 200 is basically 0. So anything shot above 200 is going to be a plus, and then anything shot underneath the 200 is going to be a minus. So for Chris Woosley, his first game, he shot 192, so that puts him at -8 because he's 8 pins back from 200. So then game 2, he shoots 202, so he gained 2 pins off that 8 that he lost, which puts him now at -6. So let's just say this third game, he shoots 206, he will now be even or at 0. So that's kind of how the scoring plus or minus works in bowling, and that's going to go for just about every tournament that you see here in the States. The European Tour does what they call the 10-pin. It's only some I don't remember exactly what it's called, but they have a certain tournament where they do scoring a little bit different. So, and I think they only bowl like 6 frames out there, but for like every strike is worth 30 or something like that. I don't remember how it is. So, but that's pretty much how the scoring works here. And that's, like I said, every tournament. So, all right. Ishmael ends his streak at 6. Comes in high for a 3-6-10. Got Scott Roberts. Nice shot for 4 in a row. Joe Vickery on lane 2. Nice shot. Let's see here. Let's jump over here towards the end. Okay, we've seen these guys already. You've got David Tolson. There's Christopher Woosley right there on 32. Unfortunately, his score is a little blocked. So Dave Tolson, Mike Vasquez. Tolson didn't like it. You're very welcome, Kyle. There's Giovanni Gabasso. Cleaned up his mess right there. Good spare conversion by Mr. Tolson. Got James Polk Jr. believe that was Christopher Palmer on lane 29. Nice shot by Mr. Polk. And also Mr. Kyle O'Brien. So Mr. Woosley is he is -6, and right now he is 12 back from at least cashing. And he is about 80 pins back from the top 8. So Mr. Woosley can punch out for 227, I believe. Oh, sorry, that is Mr. Wood. My bad. Let's see. I'm not sure what player or what letter he is. All right, bear with us. We're going to do a quick camera shift. We're going to try and focus on a certain pair. So, for instance, like this view you're looking at here, we're going to move our view to the right a little bit more, so we're more centered on the pair. Just so you'll be able to see the score the full scores. Let's put it that way. So. I'm sorry, we're going to do that to camera number 2. Let's move on over here to our main feed. Alright, looks like we're going to have Scott Roberts over on your left, lane 2. And then pick up the baby split, shoot 225 if he converts that. Alright, 224 for Mr. Roberts. Lineal Floyd over on lane 6 is pushing 280 pace. He went strike spare. Next 10 in a row. I'm sorry, 8 in a row. Greg chops that for a 201. Joe Vickery on a lucky break with a 710 on 3 in a row. Leo Floyd goes high for a 410. Ends his streak. leaves a, I believe, a flat 10 there. That's good. Yeah. Now number 4. Or now now number 3.
Yep. So we're about to go.
Yeah, we're getting close to, so if we go here.
Yep. So I'm gonna go to the last one.
Okay. All right, so we made our camera adjustment for that one. We are back over here. So we are closing up on game number 3. Scott Sloan, he is going to shoot 2. He's on the 260 pace. He unfortunately can strike out and beat Lineal's Floyd's 266. And Dwayne Steinman's way over there. Some of these guys just ain't messing around. They're just going and going. All right, Scott Sloan's going to be in the 260s. He can punch for 269. We'll see what he does from here. And Scott Sloan finishes out for 269. All right, so as they move around, we'll get you some totals after game 3. So we shall be right back. All right, we're back here, starting game 4. Our main feed here, we've got Mr. Robert Worrell, Scott Carruthers. Let me see who else we got over here. Bear with me. Jason Prather and Tom Bailey. On lanes 1 and 2, you're going to see Anthony Boren, Clarence Washington, Christopher Woosley, and Greg Nerum. To the right, you're going to see. Let me see here. There's that one. You're going to see Ernie Lloyd, Mike Honeyman, George Kelly, and Chris Kenciotti. I hope I said that right. Guess we'll find out. All right, these guys are moving along like we were saying. So they'll be done with this game in about 20 minutes. So yeah. One of our backup commentators came by and said he shot like 480 for 3. I'm like, that's not very good, man. It's Mr. Honeyman. He'll be on lane 6. You'll see his ball go down the lane. So I was already busting up on him about his dress code today. He's like, what do you mean? I got a shirt. I got shoes. I got jeans on. Like, all right. Chop that one. A lot of bowling going on this weekend. Probably for the next 4 or 5 weekends, to tell you the truth. We've got a couple of broadcasts through us. We've got State. We've got Eagle Ed. There's women's senior women's senior going on. A lot of stuff happening. Let's see. I think Michelle should burn her thumb more often.
Bowling better now?
She shot 230 and she's on her way to a 260, so.
Maybe it helped.
Yeah, she burned her thumb. She was cooking herself one of those little tortino pizzas, I believe it was on Friday. It's like the 10th time she's burnt her thumb. You'd think after the first 2 you'd be like, maybe I'll use a towel or something, but she got it like right there in between the knuckle and the thumbnail. So.
Fire this guy.
Why? Why me? What did I do now? Or what am I not doing?
What didn't you do?
It's got to be something I didn't do. Well, he barely got that 5-pin, it looks like.
You could use more shock. He picked it up himself.
Yeah, I believe so. Oh, sweet. Updates. All right, we got some updates. After game 3, with that 269, Scott Sloan moves up into the leader spot at plus 172. Almost shoots 800 for 3. Let's see here. Followed by Ricky Schishler at plus 127. James Polk is doing pretty good. He is plus 123, followed by Greg Neerman at plus 122. Mark Shirless at plus 116. Donald Malin at plus 108. Dennis Brown at plus 104. Mike Diaz at plus 101. And that is your current top 8 cut is plus 101. Let's see. David Tolson at plus 99. Scott Roberts at plus 98. Dwayne Millinger at plus 94. John Johnson with a big game moves him up to plus 77. Jason Prather, which I believe he is right in front of us, is plus 68. Linneo Floyd at plus 58. Brett Shaw plus 57. Anthony Unrein at plus 55. Scott Myers at plus 54. Kevin Maloney at plus 52. Dan Streeter at plus 50. Badavinik at plus 48. Chris Martinez at plus 45. Dwayne Steinmetz at plus 41. Jason Pauly at plus 37. Giovanni Capasso plus 36. Brian Usher plus 35. And your cut is Randall Wood at plus 33. So that cash cut's moving up slowly. It's about 15, 20 pins every game so far. Not too bad. Some notables here. You got Mike Riley at plus 30. Ron Hostler at plus 29. Larry Harper at plus 24. Felix Garcia at plus 22. Let's see here. Bobby Robinson at plus 7. Wayne Stellick at plus 5. Russ Schaefer at minus 29. Let's see. John Jackson minus 31. Guccione minus 32. Woosley is minus 36. He ended up shooting a 170 that last game. Tomasic at minus 48. About all we got. So not too bad. So at this rate, if we bowl, I think that top 8 cut's going to probably be around the 150, 160 range. Your cash cut's probably going to be around, I would say 60, give or take. So let's make a note of that.
That way we know when for sure it was that you were wrong or right.
Well, you know, unlike our producer, Mr. Warner, I'm okay with admitting when I'm wrong. We fight. I shouldn't say we fight. Look, this is how you do it, son.
Pay attention.
Sorry. I don't think he appreciates that too much.
No, never.
Yeah, me and Warner have a good time when we commentate together.
I've heard stories.
Yeah. Yeah, we've told stories too. So it's definitely kind of different, you know. I mean, being in Texas with Lucia and me being up here commentating with you, you know, it's different even with me and Mike and all that, because I started with Rob when he pretty much started doing all this. It was pretty fun. And it's crazy because you learn a lot when you do this. You know, we're under the presumption that we have to do certain things, say certain things, act certain ways, and in a way, yes, you do. But the ultimate thing to do is just be yourself. You know, you talk about what you know, and if you don't know something, you find out, and then you learn. So it's funny when I try to get others to come in and help commentate too, like some of the bowlers, like, well, I don't know what to say. Just tell me what you're seeing, just like a regular conversation if I was bowling with you, you know. What are you doing? How do you fix it? What are you not seeing? What are you seeing, you know? Little things like that, so.
I think with most people, they're just afraid to say what they feel is the wrong thing.
Right, right.
But again, as long as you're willing to admit, hey, you know what, I screwed that up, apologize.
Yep.
Let's move forward.
Yep. You know, there's no, yeah, it goes back to the old saying, there's no dumb question. The only dumb question is the one not being asked. You know, and it's kind of like with us, too. There's nothing wrong that you say. I mean, unless it's, like, really bad, but I've had a few slips here and there, and it's like, okay. You know, you just come out here and you enjoy it. Just talk, you know. We're all friends. We're all bowlers. We all understand. You know, even for the people out there watching that don't understand, they learn with us, so. I am going to assume that over on lane 7, that is Scott Roberts with the front 6.
Yes. You would be the A bowler on lane 6, or on lane 7.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Woosley over here on lane 1's kind of struggling through halfway through this game. He's got a couple of dashes, a couple of slashes, and
a couple of strikes.
Yep.
Got a pair of everything.
Yep. Got a double there. Get him out of that hole. All right. You got our backup voice on lane 5, Mr. Mike Honeyman. Ooh.
Should we tell him that pin counts for the lane number you're on are probably not the best way to bowl?
Go ahead and relay that message.
I will certainly do that.
You know, it's funny because I've been bowling with Mike quite a bit over the last few 6 years, and he leaves that a lot.
Yes.
Because his ball speed is so slow and he gets so much on it. So.
I've been watching Mike bowl for a little over 20 years.
Yeah.
It hasn't changed much. His ball
Nope.
speed was slow back then,
Yep.
and it still is today.
Yep. I remember bowling with him out in the regional circuits back in early 2000s when Rob owned, what was it, Broomfield? Yeah. When he had that center for a while. He had we had some good times at that bowling center. Very good times.
Yeah, I worked for Rob and Carey in those days.
Did you?
Yes, I
Nice.
did. Game 4 is coming to an end quickly.
Yep. All right, Mr. Woosley will be up on lane 2, looking to get 3 in a row. So Scott Roberts ended his string at 6. I wasn't sure what he left. Nice shot by Woosley. I I'm going to go out and say it's going to be an early day for us today. I think I might beat Mama home. What's up, young? Just ba 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 ba. Yeah. I do a lot of commentating. Yeah, there's a face I haven't seen in a while. Don't ask me to repeat the name because I do not remember. That's probably, I haven't seen him in probably 18 years, give or take, so it's been a long, long time. I know I'm wrong, but I want to say his first name is Vince, but I know that's not right. Just looks like a Vince.
That eludes me to ask, what does a Vince look like?
Just take a look at this guy. We'll give a shout out to Arapahoe Bowling Center for hosting quite a few tournaments this year. They hosted the Denver Masters. Now they're hosting the Senior Denver Masters. Storm Bowling Products. Storm's done a great job for us. Shout out to Tyler Jensen, Brett Cooper, Parker Tippin, Megan Headley. I'm sorry, Hadley. Blair Brumenshine. The entire Storm family. I'm sure transition has happened. I can't really say yes because the scores are almost about even. You got high and you got low, and they seem to be working like that throughout the pairs. So I'd have to bring up a bowler and find out what they're seeing out there. I mean, yeah, it's really hard to say, to tell you the truth, what transition they're seeing, if they're seeing anything. But like I said, there's, with, like, for instance, 3 and 4, you got a bowler just shot 230. You got another bowler that's going to shoot like, his shot 2-0. Then you got bowlers that shot 140, 150, 160. So, I mean, it just depends, I guess. 5 and 6, you're going to have a couple bowlers in the 220s, 230s, and a couple more in the 170, 180s. So the pair next to them, which would be 7 and 8, I believe every bowler has a chance to be over 2 teams. So and I would venture out to say that most of these players today are well seasoned, so I don't think you're going to see a whole lot of mistakes. They understand the transition.
I think I'm going to steal that phrase you just said when discussing senior masters as to their well-seasoned.
Very well seasoned. So you know where I got that from. It's from an old not an old Adam Sandler movie, but from an Adam Sandler movie with Burt Reynolds, Michael Irving.
Which movie would that have been?
That would be The Whole 9 Yards.
Ooh, I haven't seen that in a long time.
Or is it The Longest 9 Yards?
No, it's The Longest Yard.
Yeah, The Longest Yard. There you go. So
I'll date myself.
Yeah.
Last time I watched that movie, it was on VHS.
Wow. That's been a while.
I see a 4 count out there by one of our esteemed cohorts.
Woosley just leaves a 5-7, and the 5 and 7 tried to go down, and they said not today. So, but yeah, it's when Adam Sandler starts building the team and Burt Reynolds come walking down the stairs and it says like, you're a little too well seasoned to be playing. And he's like, I don't want to play. I just want to coach. So I'm kind of starting to understand where Mike is having trouble, Mr. Honeyman. So
We're going to take a look in since how action finished on 3 and 4. We're going to take a look in down there on 17 and 18.
all right, well, there's our first look at Mellinger, I believe. He finds a strike. You got John
Jack Jackson.
I wish he would just put Jack Jackson on his shirt because that's what I know him by.
Well, that shirt does have Jack Jackson on it.
I think it does it.
Yes.
Okay, maybe it's the score sheet that I needed to be Jack Jackson. See, like this pair, you're gonna for transition. You got a couple of players that are going to be around the 220s, and then you got a couple that are going to be probably around high 80s, 90s, maybe low 2.0s. So. All right, you got Mr. Stellick working on a double, going into the 9th. Here's a 5-pin. Sometimes I hate group texts.
I generally hate group text. You know, the only group texts that I keep in my phone or that I care to be a part of are I've got one with both my kids, and then each of the kids and the wife, so that way the wife knows what's going on between each child. And when I need to yell at both children when I'm not near them, that's why I have one with both of them.
Yep. These guys they're still trying to figure out the city thing that's in a couple of weeks. So, and some of the guys I don't have their names to the phone numbers, but I can kind of guess who they are, and it's just negative, you know, just bad things. Nobody said this. Why didn't you tell me that? Blah blah this, blah blah that. I was like, whatever. So you had a 279 by Scott Roberts. You had looks like a 180 by Guccione. You had a pair of 240 pluses over there by, who was that? I will say Mr. Joe Vickery.
I believe Anthony was the other one.
Was he on that one? Do I have that? He might have been, yeah. Yep, Anthony was a part of that too. So. Yep. Nice. right, so they're wrapping up game number 4. Looks like they kind of got this game a little longer. It was about 30 minutes. Wayne Stellick finds a strike to shoot 225. And Mike Riley is working on 4 in a row. And so, Mr. Dave, let's talk about transition a little bit. So, transition happens every time a bowling ball goes down the lane. It just depends on how fast it happens. And how quick it happens is the more bowlers, the faster it's going to change. The less bowlers, the slower it's going to change. So to have an educated guess on when you're going to see a significant transition, it's probably going to be somewhere around game 5, game 6. So next game going into 6, you should probably see a pretty big difference on the way things are playing. So I think everybody is playing the lanes very similar, except for your 1 or 2 players, but everybody seems to be left of second arrow, so we're talking like 12, 13, 14, 15-ish, and you have your few that are just a little further left than that, so. Interesting. All right, Mr. Riley has now got 6 in a row. He can shoot 230 with 1 more. Last game by Mr. Mike Riley, shoots 230 with the last 6. It's a pretty good game right there. All right, so as they're finishing up game 4, we shall return here shortly with scores after game 4. All right, we're back real quick. Sorry about that little break. Had to go order some lunch. So, all right, here's your standings after Game 4. Mr. Scott Sloan is still leading. He is at plus 215. Followed by Ricky Schishler at plus 185. Scott Roberts at 177. Dwayne Mellinger at 151. Dennis Brown at 148. David Tolson at plus 136. Greg Nerum at plus 126. Right now, your cut for top 8 is James Polk at plus 125. Mark Shirless is plus 110. Donald Malin is plus 109. Mike Diaz is plus 107. Chris Martinez, 102. Jason Prather and Anthony Unrang is plus 101. Randall Wood is plus 94. Matt Avanek is plus 74. John Johnson is plus 62. And then you have Giovanni Capasso, Linneo Floyd, Mike Riley at plus 60. Brett Shaw at plus 57. Scott Myers at plus 54. Dan Streeter at plus 45. Dwayne Steinmetz at plus 44. Michael Smith plus 41. And your cut, 26th spot, is Kevin Maloney at plus 40. Some notables are Bobby Robinson Jr. at plus 34, Wayne Stellick at plus 30, Worrell at plus 12, Guccione at plus 12. I'm sorry, Worrell at plus 13, Guccione at plus 12, Garcia at plus 5. Let's see here. Russ Schaefer minus 26, Tim Osick minus 36. Christopher Woosley is minus 41. That's about rounds out some of the players out there. So bear with us. We're going to kind of go from camera to camera here. These guys are just barely getting ready to finish up their game. Let's see what we got going on over here. We got Don Malin, Brett Shaw, Chris Martinez. Kind of a longer break. Went and ordered lunch.
Yeah, that's why I did earlier. It's more of a breakfast lunch.
Yeah.
Situation.
I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do for breakfast, whether I wanted to stop or not. And I'm like, yeah, we're good. I can wait till lunch. All right, Nate Bolton seems to be struggling over here on lane 32. A lot of red numbers up there. Look like a telephone number, as we call it. Sure, you're supposed to have a director do that score change. No, whatever. What do I know? I just commentate.
I think it's more of a. It wouldn't let him do the score change from down here because he was trying to clear a dead wood that was sitting on the 10 side.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Let you change it, just not delete it entirely.
Even better. hard to believe. Not hard to believe, but Scott Sloan is just whacking it today. He's plus 215.
Wow.
Yeah. And your top 8 cut right now is plus 125. It's crazy.
I think he's just trying to give everybody a reminder as to what he did last year.
It could be, yeah. Do my eyes deceive me, or am I seeing that right?
Yes, so David Tolson in game number 2 did shoot 300.
Wow.
Not sure what pair he was on. I'll try and check that real quick.
Our apologies. I did not realize he shot 300.
For game 2, he would have been on lanes 21 and 22.
So that would have been a camera view, wouldn't it? No, just out.
Just
yeah.
outside of it.
So, wow, congratulations to Mr. David Tolson for shooting 300 in game 2. That was probably one of the quietest 300s I've ever heard. Wow. Our apologies. Did not realize that. I don't think anybody really realized that other than you, Mr. Tolson. Crazy. I was just going through the standing here and I seen 300. I'm like, what?
I noticed that while they were putting in scores at the USBC desk. And I was like, yep, I need to go make sure we get that mentioned.
Yeah. All right, so my little buzzer's going off, so I'll take a little quick break again, and I shall be back. Are you staying on?
The royal we shall be back.
Okay, we shall be back. remember because I don't think we've seen any of these guys. Well, I'm pretty sure we haven't. I tried to tell our producer, Rob, about that. I'm going to talk to him about a different program that I seen when I was watching Bowl TV. Ever watch those?
Okay.
They have a setup. I don't necessarily think we should copy it, but they have their setup here like when you're watching on your phone, but they have all 4, 5, 6 cameras set up here, and you just click on that, and it takes you from camera to camera that way. So like that, we don't have 6 different streamings. We just have one, but you can still access all the cameras from that one stream. So I noticed that last night when I was watching the girls up north, Bowling and Greeley, how they had that set up with that. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. It's like main feed 1 through 5, sec camera 2, 9 through 12 or something like that, and then you just go and click on it and it takes you straight to that camera. So it was pretty cool. So, I don't know what's involved to do that, but
So I'm going to say that sounds vaguely familiar for things that he's trying to look into.
yeah, okay.
So that we can transition and put on a better quality.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we're talking about the USBC here, so their funds are almost unlimited, so I'm sure they figured that out one way or another. For us little guys, we got to figure it out. All right, so Game 5 is done. We'll update you with scores here shortly. We are beginning Game 6. This is our final game. From here, we will cut to the top third, bowl 2 more games, I believe. 3 more games. That will determine your top 8. And from there, it's going to be, I believe, single elimination all the way until we crown a champion. Good look for Mr. Johnson. We've got Steve Dudek on lane 2, Danny Streeter right here in front of us on lane 4. That's Brian Usher on 5. Let's see here. Who else we got? We got Tim Osick. You'll be seeing his ball down on lane 1. Let's see. You'll see Bobby Robinson Jr. on lane 5. Good shot by Mr. Osick. Tim Osick, Miss Dana Osick is bowling with my lovely wife, Michelle Malley, over at Holidays for the senior ladies today. I know they are bowling with Lori Kors, and I cannot recall their 4th bowler. Let me send out some feelers. Maybe I'll find out. Mr. Maloney, Kevin Maloney stepping up here on lane 2. You'll see him shortly. Three in a row for Mr. JJ. Well, that's a new one.
No, he does that quite often just to see if we're make sure sound's going out correct.
Yeah.
Sure it's not,
Totally understandable.
Is happening, but it doesn't. He's not generally watching it the entire time. He usually is just checking in.
Slow down there, youngin. Slow down, buddy. You're just like in and out.
Yeah.
What do they call those? Because in boxing they're called ring girl, or the placard girl, or whatever you call them. What do we want to call him? He's just cruising on through. He just left. He's already at the end.
He's close.
Yeah. All right. All right. Scores after game 5. Give me a second. Let me make some doodlings on my thing here. Let's see here. Good there. All right. Scott Sloan continues to lead. He's at plus 272 after 5. Followed by Schishler at plus 210. Mr. Dennis Brown at 206. Mark Shirless jumps up to 180 to plus 188 after that 278 game. Scott Roberts is at plus 169. Donald Malin is at plus 155. Mike Diaz at plus 154. And your top 8 cut as of right now is Mr. David Tolson at plus 151. James Polk Jr. is in 9th at plus 148, followed by Dwayne Mellinger at 139. Chris Martinez at 130. Greg Neeram at plus 125. Jason Prather at plus 123. And then in 14th, you have Dwayne Steinmetz at plus 84, followed by Mike Riley at plus 80. Anthony Unrein at plus 81. Kevin Maloney is at plus 74. Linneo Floyd is plus 74. Randall Wood plus 69. Bobby Robinson Jr. is plus 68, followed by Vadamenic. John Johnson is plus 67. Dan Streeter at plus 62. Brett Shaw plus 61. Scott Myers at plus 58. And your cut to cash, well, cashers, is going to be plus 55. And that is Michael Smith. Notables is Ron Hoster at plus 52. Giovanni Capasso at plus 26. Let's see here. Garcia's at plus 5. Guccione's at plus 3. Woosley's at minus 6. Let's see. Tim Ossick's minus 25. Russ Schaefer's minus 59. John Jackson's minus 68. Mike Honeyman minus 92. And that's about all we got. So we are getting close to wrapping this up for qualifying. And then we're going to take the top third, which is 26 places in the semis for another 3 games to determine your top 8 finalists for match play. JJ leaves a 7-pin. Mr. Lark, no, we are actually doing 2 live streams, one in Texas and one today.
Yeah, they're still streaming even today in Texas.
Yes. So we have been very fortunate to have 2 broadcasters, or broadcasting crews, so hopefully we can grow this to be a little bit bigger. So we'll see how things work in Texas, and if Rob feels it worked out great, then we'll start traveling to Texas here and there. So not all of us, but most of us. Yes, sir. I think they're going to go to about 6 o'clock tonight. I'm not for sure on that, but there's a lot of bowling going on in Texas right now. Mr. Lawson, what's going on? Why are you not here?
I'm going to say he overslept.
Okay, I'll give him
knowing
that.
Knowing Chris, that is a very viable, I overslept.
That'll work. You're off the hook now, sir. That's awesome. Tim Osick finds 3 in a row. He's going to try to make a run at this, sort of. At least get into the cast position anyway. Let's see, where was he? He was minus 25, so if he might get a chance to catch a check. Possible. Depends on what some of the other players do that are ahead of him. John Johnson's up here. See if he can start striking. Ooh, that's a good shot. He is currently in 22nd and plus 67, so he is almost 100 pins back from the top 8 right now. So I'm going to assume pins do carry over?
You know, I will find that out real quick. I just had the same question in my head.
Yeah. That's crazy if pins carry over. That's a lot of places to make up. Typically, I'm not a fan of carryover into semis, but I am not the director. So we got confirmation pins do carry over. So when I was just making the comment that I'm not really a big fan of that, to tell you the truth, you know. I mean, because if your cut line at the top is running away,
right?
You know, I mean, is it possible? Yes. To catch them? Yes.
Likely?
Probably not, because that's a lot of work, especially when you're 100 pins down and you're averaging 15, 20 pins less than the guys up top. Right. It's going to make it hard to catch up to them. So, me personally, I don't like that, but hey, I'm not the director. I don't run this thing, so. But don't get me wrong, if I'm one of the few that are up in that cut and I keep doing what I'm doing, I'm happy. But if I'm just looking out, trying to catch them, that ain't going to happen. You know what? I was going to mention that today because I thought Travel League was today, but I wasn't sure. So you are not off the hook. The sleeping late, overslept is no longer an excuse. Valid, unvalid, voided.
Return to sender.
Pretty much.
Maloney picks up a 10 pin there.
Yep.
And in that string is 6 in a row.
So he's doing pretty good. So he's plus 74. Currently in 17th, so he's about 80 back, so from the top 8. So after qualifying, we're going to see the lanes transition a little bit because it's going to give the lanes time to settle down, and I think you're going to see scores be a little bit lower, but not by much. Why did you do that? So he says Bowling Travel League, long story. I don't mind Travel League. I like Miss Maggie. I love Miss Maggie. I love what she does with that. I just sometimes feel that too many things coincide with each other, other tournaments and stuff like that. So, crazy little stories, not stories, but things happening in my life within the last 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, something like that. This coming up Friday the 1st is going to be my last day working for my current company. Big career change coming along. So I will no longer be doing the construction as of November 1st. I'm going to get a 2-month vacation, basically, and then I start my new job on the 6th of January. Yeah. And let's put it this way. This new job is going to take me places, literally. I
mean, I hear the circus does that, though. I mean, they travel around city
well,
to city.
yeah, it's not quite that fun, you know what I mean? I would enjoy that much more. Oh, that's dirty. That is dirty. Lawson, you'll be here later. There's no point, bud. It's bowling's over. So, as we get closer to my new start date, I'll fill us in. So, good things, good things. Could probably benefit all of us in the Neo Prism family. So, we'll see how it works out. All right, looks like we got our first set of scorecards rolling in. So, it looks like they're finishing up on the high end. Maloney just missed that.
Looks like lanes around 19 and 20 are done. Looks like down on the extreme high side, 29 and 30 range. They're just about to finish up 10th frame. Mr. Maloney goes 9 spare, the first ball on the 10th. He goes ahead and strikes. He'll shoot 258.
It's a good game there. That gets him closer.
Still have Tim, you said it's Osek?
Tim Osek, yep.
Osek. He's still in the hunt for shooting 279. There you go. Maloney finishes with 258 for game number 6.
That's going to put him at plus 142.
Would you rather my math skills?
Yeah, 142. Yeah, plus 4, plus the 5, add the 1. Yeah, 142.
Don't forget your big toe in there.
Oh, no, that one's okay for now. If I'm counting that big thing, I probably need to just quit. Just stop. We're done.
How about he finished it'll be 132.
132?
132.
That's 11, that's 42. Oh, yes, yes. See?
See?
Told you that's what happens when I count that big toe. So that gets him up there, so that's going to definitely help his cause. Depends on what David Tolson's doing at plus 151, so that definitely got him within firing range. So he's going to need a big 3 games the next set. So. All right. Tim finds the double, so Tim Osek is in the 270s. And John Johnson finally gets a strike.
Finishes 279. That'll put him in the plus 50-something range.
It's enough to cash, probably.
Depends
close.
on if the cashers drop. If the cashers drop just a little bit, he'll be right in there.
Well, it gets him closer, so if he gets a good set the next 3, he should at least catch a check somewhere.
He's got to hope that line drops because 26 is the top 30.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't get to 26, he's not
Oh,
bowling the
that's
next
right.
3.
Never mind, you're right. I'm just thinking the other way.
That's okay.
Well, he got it.
That's why there's 2 of us.
Well, either way, I would have figured it out sooner or later. At home while I'm going to bed.
There you go. Wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning. Oh, yeah, that's right, huh? All right, so he'll finish at plus 54. Unofficially.
Yep, unofficially.
Unofficially, plus 54 today for Tim.
It's going to be close.
I don't think so.
It'll be close.
Only 50-something.
I know. Yeah. Hey, we got more eyes on this than you do. I love it.
That was Tim walking by thinking he's definitely out of it, but
Yeah,
you never know.
It's
Stranger
going to be
things happen.
close. Oh, it's fun. I got a little story from yesterday when I was up at a holiday working with Felix, and I was watching the scores from the PWBA, and I had this one lady try to argue with me about what the scores were up there, and she was telling me how this one bowler bowled this and bowled that, and I'm like, well, it says here that this bowler bowled this and bowled that. Well, that's not right. You got to fix that. I'm like, how am I supposed to fix that?
You realize it's a different center. Nowhere close to me right now.
You know, I was like, I have nothing to do with that. I'm like, why are you trying to argue with me? I'm like, not that I don't care, but that's not my problem.
Wrong circus, wrong set of monkeys.
Yep, definitely. So it was crazy. It was hilarious.
I feel like there's people out there that just want to argue to argue.
I feel that way too, because I mean there was really no reason for it, but I don't know. All right, so we are coming to a close here. This is our last pair of qualifying for right now, and you got Jason Pauly throws one more strike for 235. You got Dan Streeter needs a spare. And a strike to shoot 200. Unfortunately, he's got a washout, so.
He's usually been pretty good at washouts.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I watched him pick up a great many of oddities.
Yeah? You know who else? Who else does that? Who was doing that the other day? Daryl Stone. That guy. Yeah, he can leave some stuff out there and still clean it up. When we were bowling last weekend, he went like washout spare, 2-4-10 spare, 3-4-6-7 spare. I mean, he was whatever he left, he was cleaning it up. Unfortunately, he wasn't striking that game, so that was one of those. Do I do it or do I not? Either way, he was making up a lot of spares. So, all right. So as we come to a finish, we will get you some final scores here shortly. So we will be back here in a minute.
You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly.
Welcome back. Nice little break there. So we have your final results after 6. So your leader was Scott Sloan at plus 336, followed by Schisler at plus 235, followed by Dennis Brown at 219 over, Scott Roberts at 204, Mike Diaz was 202 pins over, Chris Martinez was plus 178, Dwayne Mellinger 175, and your top 8 right now is plus 173. Excuse me. In 9th is Jason Prater at plus 171, David Tolson at plus 163, Greg Neerum at plus 141, Don Malin at plus 139, Mark Shirless at plus 137, Kevin Maloney at 132, Brett Shaw at 115. Michael Riley at plus 114. Bobby Robinson Jr. at plus 108. Anthony Unrein, I'm sorry, 106. Anthony Unrein at plus 94. John Johnson at plus 79. Scott Myers at plus 78, followed by Linneo Floyd. Randall Wood was plus 70, along with Dwayne Steinmetz. Dan Streeter was plus 67. Jason Pauly was plus 63. And your final cut number was plus 60, which is Michael Smith. Just missing the cut with a great game. His last game, 279, was Tim Osick. He was plus 54. Let's see here. Ron Hosler at plus 49. Felix Garcia with a plus 39. Let's see here. Wayne Stellick at plus 10. Aaron Howard at plus 8. Guccione was minus 12. Popovich was minus 45. Russ Schaefer was minus 73. Mike Honeyman was minus 73. John Jack Jackson was minus 92. And that's really about it. So right now we've got the top 26. They are going to bowl another 3 games. Total pins carry over from your qualifying round. So we're going to say realistically anybody, we'll say from about 14th place, which is plus 132, has a shot at getting into the top 8 for the eliminations today. So we're going to do 3 more games of qualifying, and after this, we're going to cut to the top 8, and we're going to have our single elimination until we get a champion. So if there's somebody you would like to know what they shot, let us know. Please message us. Say that fast 3 times.
Some people are a little more tongue-tied.
That's a little different, man. So, should have some good bowling today. So on our camera view right now, we have 2 cameras today. We're going to have 17 and 18, 15, 16, 19 and 20, along with 31, 32, 29 and 30, and 33 and 34. So on our first camera view, we had Mike Diaz, Chris Martinez. Let's see here. It's going to be hard to tell. I believe they're getting 5 minutes. Well, it says 7 minutes, but I don't think that's right. But what do I know? Are they pairing them up like bracket style? Not sure.
Well, as far as the 3-game set, after game 7, they'll jump 3 pairs.
Still,
they're moving 3 pairs.
Yeah, that's
and
crazy.
Then after game 8, they'll move 4 pairs.
Okay, so still following the same thing. Okay. But as far as their pairings,
it's just 1 versus 2, 3 versus 1 and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
Trying to make it a little easier here to
try to figure out what's going on. You got James Polk there on lane 19.
That would be your lane assignments by seed number.
Okay, so lanes 13 and 14, which are going to be to your far left, you're going to have Scott Sloan with Ricky Schischler. You're going to have Dennis Brown with Scott Roberts on 15 and 16. Featured pair, which is Mike Diaz and Chris Martinez. Just to the right, you're going to have Dwayne Mellinger and James Polk Jr. 21 and 22, you're going to have Jason Prather with David Tolson. 23, 24, you're going to have Greg Nerum with Don Malin. 25, 26, Mark Shirless, Kevin Maloney. 27, 28, it's going to be Brett Shaw, Michael Riley. We'll call him Mike. I don't like calling him Michael. 17 and 18, you're going to have Bobby Robinson Jr. and Anthony Unrein. 31, 32, you're going to have JJ, John Johnson, and Scott Myers. 33, 34 is going to be Linneo Floyd and Randy Wood. 35 and 36 is going to be Danny Streeter and Dwayne Steinmetz. And 37 and 38 is going to be Jason Pauly and Michael Smith. And I don't believe they are. Yes.
They're going to re-oil one.
Okay, that's just what I was going to say. I'm not sure if they're going to re-oil after this round, but it looks like they are going to for your top 8. I do want to give a shout out to Mason Robinson, who just had a baby boy born about a week or so ago, I believe. Congratulations to you and Mr. Ashley Manini. Very beautiful baby, very beautiful. So they did get David Tolson's 300. Greater Denver USBC did, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Carrie told me she did catch the
last
final
shot.
there
Yeah,
at least,
okay.
which is great.
Awesome.
We just, as the announcers, missed it and didn't hear anybody cheering.
That's what I'm
very
saying.
loudly,
That
so
was
it kind
the quietest 300 ever. You can find updates to scores as well on Facebook at Neo Prism Media, also at our website at neoprism.com, in case you want to look those over. So I had a bowler question. Our cut position. He was telling me that the cut was only going to be 23 players, not 26.
That may have been because earlier postings, nobody had caught that they were only showing the first 64 bowlers,
Right.
not all the way out to 76. So
Correct.
that's more than likely where he was getting that 23 versus our
26, yeah.
And we do apologize for that. We didn't catch that until, unfortunately, the very end.
Yeah.
But we will have that updated for you as well.
Again, goes back to that story about arguing with me about scores that I have nothing to do with. Am I just getting picked on this weekend or what?
Well, why not?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Why me? I'm nowhere around and I get picked on.
Yes, very much so.
Who used to do that? Mr. Randy Peterson, I feel your pain.
Now, if you know, I've heard pray tell rumors that somebody is thinking about potentially switching from two-handed and going back to being one-handed.
In this building?
In this building, in the top 26 right now.
I can't imagine why.
Just a rumor I've heard over the last couple weeks.
Well, there's only one in this field, so the question would be is,
not naming any
I
names.
understand that.
I just, if you've heard the rumors or not, that they were potentially going to go back to being one-handed.
No, not necessarily. I've heard the reasons why they can't go back, but I don't know. It's hard to say. So.
Well, I mean, if they were thinking of that, I would, obviously wait to do it till the end of the season.
Yeah.
And work back into being one-handed.
Yeah.
But just the thought being there of.
Well, the question would be is, knowing who it probably is, why the change in the first place happened 3 or 4 years ago was in place. Don't understand why. Because that player threw the ball very well one-handed.
It was exceptional.
Exactly. Probably one of the best in Colorado that did that. So, I don't know. Maybe it was just...
Wanted to change of pace.
Yeah, I give it that. I would say that, yeah. Or because others did it and I want to try it and I can do it. Well, point proven either way, so. Did it hurt? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not.
Probably in the beginning more so than now.
Yeah.
But now a little more well adjusted to it.
All right, so we are getting started with game 1. I will assume this pace will be about the same as earlier during qualifying. I still predict them bowling 2 games in an hour, so. Look at Russell Schaefer go. Bowls the Masters. Didn't quite make it up there and stays to continue to help with running the rest of the tournament. Kudos. Looks like we got a stall going over there. They should turn the screens red like they do at Nationals for us. Slow play.
Slow play, yes. Make it well known that you're bowling too
Yes.
slow.
On those big old 110-inch TV screens they got up there.
It does make it noticeable.
It does,
That's
yeah.
for certain. I saw a few red screens back in May when I was there.
Well, I was part of one of them 1 year, so yeah, it was.
Even better.
It was crazy because we drew the worst squad ever for singles and doubles. 11 p.m.
I was going to say either 11 p.m. or 7 a.m.
11
Which
p.m.
one?
11 p.m. And, the group of guys I went out with, most of them liked to party, and so that's what they did. And then it's time to go bowl, and, yeah, we didn't finish till almost 5 o'clock the next morning.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was rough.
For doubles and singles, how does it take that long?
Well, you add in, I don't know, Vegas beer consumption.
I made my own bad choices this year.
Yeah.
Before my doubles and singles, I went and walked the strip all day.
Oh, goodness.
And drank, and then got back to the hotel an hour before I had to be in the paddock, and I was like, oh, no.
No, that was
It's gonna be a
bad.
bad day.
Yep, that was bad. And the crazy thing is we got done, we finally collected all our bracket money and stuff. All said and done was probably about 6:30. So me and Michelle went back to the room, and we slept for 6 hours because we had to be out of there by 12. So we slept for actually, we'll say 5 hours. Okay. And then we ended up driving home. The guys I was bowling with, they left right after bracket money was collected, and there was like 6 of them. They piled in the car and they were gone.
I believe it. I believe it.
I was just like, wow. And I had told the guy at the time that was the captain, I was like, never again, dude. I was like, we either bowl the 7 o'clock or we don't bowl the 10, 11 o'clock at all, or count me out, because I ain't doing that again.
Yeah.
And guess what? Lo and behold, this year, or all next year, we got a 6 p.m. team,
Okay.
11 p.m. singles and doubles.
Same day?
Negative.
Okay.
Saturday and Sunday. So that's
At
I don't know
least you have
what's
2
worse.
different days. But at least you have 2 different days.
Well, yeah, but I don't know what's worse, bowling. If we could have done like Friday, Saturday, great. But you're doing Saturday, Sunday, so it's like, wow.
I think this year I think we're still on Monday, Tuesday.
Monday, Tuesday? That's good. That's not bad.
But
So
I've not been to Baton Rouge before.
it's fun. It's interesting.
Long drive.
Yes. I've drove that once before.
Well, we're going to be driving it, so
Yeah.
we'll see how that goes.
I think we stopped in Dallas, DFW, stayed the night, and then finished off the next day.
Well, I've got some family that lives just outside of Dallas. So
Okay.
I may just hit them up and be like, hey, can I
Yeah.
just stop in just for the night, and I'll be gone by like
Yeah,
7 a.m.?
that's
Pretty good.
definitely the way to go. And then on the way back, we stopped in. We went a different way back. I don't know why, but we did. We went up through Oklahoma and then cut over.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Where did we stay at? Norman? I think we stayed in Norman.
Okay. Yep.
Stayed the night there and then finished off the drive the next day. So it was kind of interesting. Very long drive, yeah. It was weird because we had 4 in the car. My apologies. And it's like, why are we stopping? Why don't we just keep going? Well,
Yeah,
I want to rest. I'm like, well, you want to
so
rest.
Take a nap while they're driving, and then you just kind of rotate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
that would
didn't
make
work
sense,
out
yeah.
that way. So
Doesn't
Well,
usually.
yeah, it is what it is. So it was kind of an expensive trip too, to tell you the truth, as far as fuel wise back then. This particular vehicle that we were driving was an F-150, and the kind of the way I like to work, if we're all traveling somewhere, somebody buys the tank, whether we stop or not. Nobody ever buys 2 tanks. If we got 4 people, somebody's buying 1 tank all the way through, whether it's to or from. It doesn't matter. And I ended up buying 1 tank, and back then, I think it cost me like $162 to fill this thing up. I'm like, whoa.
Well, depend. I have an F-150.
Yeah,
and
this
depending-
was years ago.
Well, I mean, mine's a 2016, but depending on the tank size in there, and depending on what fuel type it needs. Oh no.
Oh yeah, I
I
was.
think right now my wife is averaging around $100 bill, or just a little over every couple weeks. To fill
Yep.
up. But we've got that 30-something gallon tank
Oh
in that thing.
yeah,
And it was like, oh shoot.
yeah.
We
I
didn't
think.
get the small tank.
Yeah, I think
Oops.
this one had that one, but the estimated fuel range after you filled up was like 660 miles. I'm like, oh, that's pretty good. But then after you drive 3 miles, it dropped down to like 300 miles.
Because all the weight. in the back.
Yeah, I was like, wow, that's some pretty bad gas mileage. So, but it was good. It was a good time. So I enjoyed that. So this year we're definitely going to fly. Glenn Lawson's going to end up driving out there. So I'm going to be like, here you go. Here's 4 bags. Here's $40. Enjoy.
Yeah,
So-
I've already made mention it to some of the crew that I bowl with. It's like, hey, I'll be driving again.
Yeah.
If you want me to carry stuff, that's fine. If not, I'll save on the gas and I'll drive my car instead.
Yep.
If you guys want me
Exactly.
to haul stuff, I'll haul stuff. It's fine.
Yep. So, and that's what I used to do too when I drove a lot to Vegas. Would bowl a lot in Vegas. Would just, yeah, I'm driving. $10 a bag. Didn't matter. So, keeps it fair.
Yeah.
If you want me to take it, great. If not, have at it. So, enjoy the walk through the airport with your bowling balls. So, all right. So you got Mr. Diaz over here on 18. So it comes a little light. Looks confused. It looks like Martinez went double split strike, or strike split strike. So it's kind of what I was talking about earlier. After these lanes settle down for a little bit, that oil pattern's going to kind of flatten down. So this is where you're going to see your transition more likely. So I would not be surprised if your top players kind of struggle just a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. I'd say within 20 pins, maybe 30. So. It's amazing what these lanes will do and the oil does after it sits for a little bit. So.
Right.
Honeyman. I think it's time to get some insight on what you've seen today. Some insight on what you've seen today.
His ball going very slowly down the lane.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I've seen a couple of interesting spare leaves. Let's put it that way. So.
Yeah, are you referring to my 4 count through the face?
Nothing in particular. Just interesting. All right, Martinez doubles up there.
Diaz is still clean through 5.
Coach versus student on this pair, so I believe Mike Diaz coached Mr. Martinez as he was growing up, so teacher versus student.
I think in some way Diaz has coached almost all of us at some point.
Yeah. Let's see, I probably had 1 or 2 lessons with him. This was years ago. Years ago. And years ago after that. Before that.
I still like to pick his brain whenever I know what I should do.
Right.
But for some reason I can't seem to do it, or I think it's something else. And so
Right.
I like to pick his brain. Hey, this is what happened. This is what I think I was doing. From your insight, and my description, what was going on?
Right.
And I would say probably at least 70% of the time he affirmed what my guess was that I was doing wrong.
Okay.
But a lot of it is, anymore it seems more of it is the mental game.
Yes.
Trying to learn to improve the mental game, because
Yep.
you've got to try and figure out how to, as soon as you get that ball and you step up on that approach, you got to try and stop thinking.
Yeah.
Essentially, let your body go through the motion.
Yep.
And that seems to be the struggle for me, at least.
You know, you'll be surprised because that's the struggle for everybody,
I have zero doubt about that.
Yeah, I've actually touched base on this quite often over the years, commentating with Rob and Lucia and Mike, and now with you, is, I think something that, to say this correctly without getting in trouble, is that needs to be implemented in the coaching aspect of coaching others.
Right.
Because as bowlers, we are already set physically, unless we are trying to change drastic things about our physical game.
Yep.
We don't need any more physical help, in my opinion. What we need is mental help. It's not far as like we're crazy or anything, but understanding how to shut the brain off and things to think about and how to think about things in a certain way,
Right.
I think that's something a lot of coaching or coaches out there should imply in their coaching techniques, because like I said, we're all physically set in our game. We just need to understand how to bowl in sense,
Right.
So when I coach, and I don't coach as much as I used to, but when I do, I always look at a player first and see what they're doing. Like, oh, okay, you're okay here, you're okay. Your physical game's good. What are you thinking about? And then they just rattle off this thing of like 3,000 things that they're rattling off about. I'm like,
That's the problem.
yeah, I'm like, okay, well, let's try to
Let's start
take,
with let's just bring
yeah,
that list down. Try and think of just one thing that you're doing.
yep,
That's it.
that's it. You know, one thing, and those thoughts need to be before you pick your ball up and step on that approach. After you pick that ball up, your thought process is done. And I'm a firm believer in positive thinking. You know, try not to use negative words like don't, can't, won't, shouldn't, you know, just negative words, but always stay positive. If I miss a spare, I'll get the next one. Ooh, I missed that. What did I do? I got to do this. You know, oh, I did this. Make sure you don't do that again. You know, there was times when people bowl with me and I go up there, if I'm like on 3, 4, 5 in a row and then I leave a flat 10, I'd be like, every time you throw it there, you're going to leave a flat 10, so don't do it.
Well, and it's inevitable always.
Yeah.
As soon as you see that ball hit the pocket, you're like, oh,
Yep.
that's a flat
Yep.
10, or
Yep.
nope, that's a ring 10. Yep.
Yep.
Oh, yep.
You know, so.
You keep hitting right there. That's what's
Yeah.
going to keep happening.
Yeah, exactly, you know, and positive thinking is always a must, you know, just always tell yourself, my thought process is, I'm sitting there thinking, okay, I'm doing this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. When I pick that ball up, my only thought process is, just make a good shot, buddy. Come on, make a good shot, make a good shot. And then after that, take a deep breath and go. Good shot, results, okay, so, you know, is what it is, you know, because you can only do and control everything on the front side of the foul line, basically before you touch the lane. After you let that ball go, it's in fate's hand. So just always stay positive. Think about that. Learn about the physical or the mental side of the bowling game, because that's what's going to get you through a lot of things. So.
Well, and trying to, you know, help my children who decided in the last couple of years they wanted to learn how to bowl.
Yeah.
I tell them flat out, look, I want to work on your basics. I want to work on your form.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what your end result is down the lane.
Yep.
That will come with better form.
Yep.
So let's just work on approach. Let's make sure everything feels comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure your arm swing is straight.
Yep.
Make sure, you know, you're not getting to the foul line and your arm's still, you know, in your backswing.
Yeah,
kind of
exactly.
thing, or you're rushing your feet to get to the foul line because your arm's already ready to release the ball.
Exactly.
You know, but
and those are basics, like you said, basics. Once we get those down packed to where they're comfortable,
then you start seeing the score improve.
Yep, your scores improves, and then after about a year or so, that's already set in. And now you got to think about the other part, and the other part is the mental side. So, and you know, I see all these drills being practiced, this and that. Do they really help, like the foul line drill? Do they really pay a benefit? I don't know.
I feel well. And
Okay,
again, me
yeah.
personally, I feel like the foul line drill is more people that are trying to get their timing back in with that swing, trying to get their arm swing straighter again.
Okay.
Because they normally, like when they're first starting off, if they just go up there and just start rolling the ball.
So as
they feel like they're all over the place, and it takes them forever to get that arm swing down.
So as they're developing their game, that's when it's most effective. Correct. I agree with that as well too. I don't agree with those foul line drills with seasoned players, well-developed players, because I don't think that benefits players of higher abilities.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong. I don't know. If I am, so be it. But I just don't think it benefits the higher caliber players to do foul line drills, to tell you the truth, because
about the only time I ever see higher, as you're saying, higher caliber bowlers do a foul line drill is because they've been struggling. They're like, okay, I feel like my arm swing is off. Let me just try and get back to that little basic real quick. Get that swing back in there to where it feels comfortable again. Okay. And I usually don't. I only see them maybe do it once.
Yeah.
Or twice.
Yeah.
They're not sitting there doing foul line drill for a whole game.
Exactly. You know, and I can agree with that as well too. You know, with that being said, I also feel there's a more proper way of doing that foul line drill. Okay, so we've always been taught to get up there, place our foot there, take our trail leg, and swing it directly left. Okay. Do we really release the ball in that position? We don't. Think about it.
Not that far behind you. No.
Yeah, no, because our trail leg is going to be behind us as we're sliding into the release, if you think about it. So
me of my size.
There are
which is rather
exceptions.
large.
Yes.
I don't try and put my foot way to the left. That
Yeah.
doesn't happen. That's not realistic for
Yeah.
me. That's going to throw me so far off balance.
Yeah.
So no, I do take more of that kind of waist is almost turned a little bit.
Yeah. Definitely.
When I want to do it, or when I have time to try and practice.
Yeah. And I guess the whole point is that there are some exceptions, but typically your trail leg is going to be behind you as you're getting into the slide to release the ball. So in a foul line drill, you probably want to practice more with your trail leg extended backwards versus to the side.
Correct.
So that's just my personal thought. I've seen success with it. I've seen struggle with it. So, I mean, with everything, you're going to have success and struggle regardless of what it is. So, but just think about that for more of your seasoned players out there. Work more on your mental game. Stay positive. It's not going to happen overnight, just like everything. It takes time. It takes time.
And as much as we beat up on ourselves
Yeah.
because we know we can do it,
Yep.
it still takes us time.
It does, But the best thing is just stay positive. Stay positive. You'll be surprised because once you figure out and you feel and see the positivity coming out of your positivity being implemented during bowling, you're going to understand and see, wow, it does work, so.
I think Chris Martinez finishing up there with 245, definitely stepping up or
Yeah, he
minimally
is.
staying on pace for what he was getting up to the last few games.
Yep, pretty much. Diaz is going to.
Right now he's shooting.
He can shoot 234 max, so he'll be on pace as well, too. So these guys aren't going to lose too much ground, if any. They're going to stay with the pack. Ooh, that didn't sound good.
No.
He's about.
That looks like a 46.
Yeah. I was going to say, he was like 10 pair away, and I could just hear it. Didn't sound good. Good shot by Mr. Brown. So unfortunately, Mike Diaz is going to shoot 199. So doesn't
lose a lot. Loses one pin, but unfortunately, when your seed below you shoots plus 45.
Yeah, you just lost 44 pins.
Yeah.
Compared to see who else did what, and he was only 3 spots up from top 8. So depends on what Malinger did and James Polk Jr. did. So and everybody else.
Well, and even Jason Prather, because he's right there in the 170s as well.
Yep. I would say go down to at least Kevin Maloney. So
that's a good possibility.
Yeah, what the next 11 players did from there. So. All right, so game number 1 of semis is coming to an end. Yep, and we will be right back.
We seem to have lost Isaac, so I'm going to fill in for him for a few minutes.
We got Mike Honeyman on the mic today.
Since I'm not bowling anymore today, I'm going to sit back here with y'all.
Yes, I did see you change your shoes rather quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, that was rough.
As if there was no question.
I did not bowl good. So it happens from time to time.
Sometimes more often than we want.
Sometimes every time. So that Don Malin just left a 4-pin there. What pair we got focused here? We got
So right
31 and 32 up on our screen.
Yeah, so they should actually be, let's see. 31 and 32 for right now should be Greg Nearham and, yep, Don Malin.
Don Malin, yeah. Let's see how they're rolling. Saw the Game 7, there was a lot of high scores.
Saw a couple 240s.
Yeah. A couple 250s. Didn't Mike Smith shot 268, I think.
I don't have a standing sheet after game 1 yet, so I don't know.
Yeah, they mean business.
certain.
They mean business down there. Saw our leader, Scott Sloan, kind of slowed down a little bit there in the Game 7. I'm not sure exactly what he shot, but it was under what he'd been shooting all day. He had
I'd say all day it looked like he'd been averaging over 250.
Yeah. Yeah, that was, I think Game 7 was his first game under 240. And it was a lot under 240, I think. Let's see. Greg Nearham is stepping up here.
Looks like a 7-10 on the pair next to him.
Ooh.
From Tim. No, that's not Tim. That would have been
What group is that? That's Jason?
David Tolson.
David Tolson, there you go. Greg gets a strike there. He was standing in the way, so I couldn't see if it was a good hit or not. But we need to get body cams so we can walk down there where the action is and still broadcast.
I think Rob was trying to work on something to where we could just switch over to one of our phones.
Well, that would be neat. That's a pretty good shot.
So it looked good off his hand.
Wow,
Oh,
that's
oh, it tried to stand up.
10 pin slid over to the 9-pin position and kind of leaned over and fell off. That was pretty
We've all
interesting.
had the opposite way of where it slid over and stood back up
Yeah.
anyways.
That was slid a long ways before it fell. All right, so that's his 10th frame. He's at was that two? He's in the 200s.
Looks like 2-0 right now.
And another good shot.
So he goes
211,
211.
211 for Greg. I don't know if Bailey's listening, but
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen Bailey in quite some time.
yeah, saw her a couple weeks ago. She bowled pretty well. I mean, as well as you can bowl with the wrong hand.
As a jab to all lefties.
Especially you, Chris Lawson. I see
Yeah,
he's commenting
those
there.
comments were hour-ish old
Oh.
at least.
Oh,
So he may not be watching right now.
I bet he is. I bet. Hey, we got 48 viewers. I bet he's one of them. Yes, there is. Isaac was just down doing some research, some field research for us.
Oh, I thought he was sampling and taste testing things.
Yeah, he's doing the same thing.
Oh, that's the research.
I think
That's the
you
research.
can see everything from the bar. So
My research was trying to figure out how to get my M&Ms.
He tried to go Godzilla on the vending machine for keeping his M&Ms.
no, what happened is he got his hand stuck in there trying to get some free ones out, and the poor kid at the counter had to come over and open the machine to let him out. All right, so it looks like we're all wrapped up here. Don shot 188, and Greg shot 211. And we'll be getting back to what's our next grouping coming onto our
So we'll switch
our
back.
happy pair.
We'll switch back down to 17 and 18, and 17 and 18 for game number 3 should be Shirless and Maloney.
Oh, yeah, Kevin's got a really good look right now. Yeah. He shot, what did he shoot, 250, 270, something like that? So games 1 and 2, he's moving up the ladder quite a bit.
I'm going to step off the mic for a minute, go move some equipment around, and let you guys listen to the fun antics of Isaac.
Was
I know. Trust me, I know.
was that was that smooth antics, or were you saying he's an antique?
Probably neither.
Actually, he's not old enough to bowl in this, so he's not quite that much of an
You know
antique.
what? I've had that question asked to
I
me
know.
7 times already
I heard someone
today.
asking.
And they're like, "You're not old enough." I'm like, "No."
I get asked the opposite question. You're old enough to bowl in these?
Well, that's a good problem right there.
No, the first year I bowled, there were a bunch of questions like that.
That's
Once you
awesome.
see me out on the lanes, like, yeah,
No, I think you're older.
he's older than that.
It's probably too old.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
All right, so Kevin's gonna step up on our feature pair here. We'll see what we
okay.
got going on. He had a really good look those first 2 games, and I don't expect anything to change. Got that in a little bit, or not.
Did you guys answer that question?
No, that just came in. Checking
okay.
on David Tolson.
We don't have standings at the moment for these for the last 2 games, but as soon as we get those, we will definitely let you know. Chances are we'll probably give you a 3-game update after 3 games are done.
Yeah, let's. I think we. What lanes is he on?
Who, Tolson?
Yeah.
I am not sure where
Let me
he's
see the
at.
groupings. Let's see. Tolson is. There.
Either way, he's not on any camera view.
Yeah, he's not on any other camera
Yeah.
views. But we'll have a score update for you here pretty soon.
Yeah, here, probably in about the next 10, maybe 20 minutes.
At least within the hour.
Yeah. Well, that's in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So-
on the upside, I think we'll be done before the leagues start this week. When we were
2
doing
weeks
the
ago?
2 weeks ago doing the Masters,
man,
we
that
were
was crazy.
bowling right up into the league starting.
And I think the league was getting annoyed.
Yeah, I think they were too. They were ready to start practice, and we were just finishing up.
That's crazy. Yeah, this format's definitely a little easier, so.
I wouldn't call it easier. I would say it's quicker.
Well, okay, my word. Yeah, that's what I meant. Faster.
Yes. And Mark Shirless gets a light hit there. He had a good first game as well. I didn't see what his second game was, but he was striking right along with Kevin. So. It's a pretty good shot. Ooh, and it goes high. See, that's what I noticed as the day went on. In the beginning, you couldn't get the ball to come back.
Okay.
And there, towards the end, if you got it out a little bit, once everybody had beat up the break point,
Okay.
it would take off on you. So you had to kind of try to get inside of that.
So
which
try to stay ahead of it and anticipate the.
Yeah, it was a little rough because if you got it going too far left to right, it never recovered. But
Yeah.
if you didn't get it going enough left to right, it would take off on you. So.
Yeah. That kind of reminds me of the Masters, yeah.
Yeah.
Very similar. I mean, the scoring pace definitely on that. So.
Yeah. This is a very hittable shot
Yeah.
coming from the guy who didn't hit it all day. But
Well, you're not the only one, because I was there too. And it was funny because I went back and started practicing one day, so that's my practicing.
yeah,
And everything you had said and we had talked about after the Masters, that's all I thought about. So ended up bowling the tournament up in Greeley over the past weekend. So averaged 230.
Hey,
Yeah, for
stay
12
focused.
games.
Huh?
Yeah,
You're able to keep your focus. And
well, I understood what I had to do.
Mhm.
Okay, so I was able to still have fun, but then flip that switch
Yep.
back to okay,
Yep.
it's time to work. So
Yep, good.
yeah,
Good
and
deal.
that's what I've been lacking these last couple of tournaments, last few months, is I was staying in the party mode per se, and not switching over the way I should be. So
Which the sad thing about being in that mode is that it ensures that you get to the bar sooner in the day. You know what I mean?
You're
You're
right.
out and you're to the bar.
You're absolutely right, because I had noticed that was happening. So that's when I was just like, you know what, you're just here. Let's make some good shots. Let's bowl well and have some fun while we're doing it, not the opposite. You
Yep.
know.
Yeah, for sure.
So not have fun and then bowl second. Basically, bowl and then have fun.
There you go.
So a good learning experience. So, and I can say is, thanks, coach.
And did you you said you averaged 230? Where'd you finish in the field?
Well, it was actually a team event, so
gotcha.
it was the
So
Greeley.
It was
yeah.
wasn't that a Swiss or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So I was up 15 pins from the last previous average I bowled there.
Oh, good.
So
Good.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I felt I had to work on my timing as well
Yeah.
too. So I implemented some timing techniques that felt very rough,
Yeah.
but you would never have could tell with the way I was bowling, but I
Yeah.
could feel it, you know. So that's kind of one thing I've always tried to teach and emphasize on too. Sometimes when you're not feeling right and you're bowling your lights out, stick with
Yeah.
whatever it is you're doing,
Exactly.
because it's working.
It might not feel right, but it's
Yeah.
working. Yeah.
You
That's-
know, so and you know, I implemented that over the weekend, and after that, I went and practiced a couple more days just to make sure that particular timing, was still achievable and more than you could think, man. So,
Yeah. And it's amazing how with timing it's just repetition, repetition,
Yep.
repetition, repetition.
yep,
As long as you're conscious of what your timing points are.
yep.
Because if not, you could be
Yeah.
if you're out of time and you just keep practicing and practicing it
Yep.
gets, can
Practicing
be
the wrong
detrimental.
thing and not
Yeah.
focusing on what you were feeling and
Yeah.
what was working and things like that. And
Yeah.
it's always good to have different timings too. So.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, you don't always have to have one set timing. I mean, because there's times where the lanes are going to be shorter and
Yep.
drier, and you're going to have to create speed. So you have to figure out
a
your
different-
timing for
different set
that.
of time, yeah.
Yep.
I was in my head. I always tell myself to retime the machine because
Yep.
when you, especially when you have to go left to right,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to going more straight up the lane. When you're going straight up the lane, you need your timing to be just a
Yep.
little bit different, and
Yep.
and when you're going left to right, you need your timing a little bit later
Yep.
to make sure that you're open at
Yep.
the foul line.
At the right point, yeah. So, and you know, and it's nothing drastic. It's just a second here, a second there. Whether you're, I mean, there's so many ways to change your timing. Your first step can be longer,
Longer, shorter.
or just a touch shorter. Where you get the ball into your swing, whether it's a little, like me, my ball, I like to get my ball into the swing after my second step
Yeah.
on a 5-step. So, and it just depends on where I start that downfall, basically.
Yeah.
So, you know, and then from there, it's just making sure you stay in time and not get all whacked out with it. So,
Yeah, and there's usually like I have a timing pause in
Yep.
my approach that like I take my first step and then second step is the push,
yep,
and then I have kind of a little pause step that sometimes I pause a little too long.
yeah, yeah. You see, and that's kind of what I was implementing too over the weekend, was just a slight pause after my first step.
Yep.
And I was tinkering with it because I would take a longer first or a shorter first, and I'm like, oh god, that's bad, you know. And it was, you know. But then I was like, okay, normal first step, slight pause.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a cadence when I tell players. It's like, you know, you cadence yourself 1, 2.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, okay, 1, start the ball, 2, and then it's like 1, to start the ball. You know, just little variances like that will change your timing drastically.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, so.
There's times when I'll just where I'll get a song in my head and that's going to be my timing.
Yep.
And
Yep.
then so I just whenever there's a song from a band that I love called Barroom Bliss.
Yeah.
And I get the Barroom Bliss. I get that timing in my head, and then it's just I sing the song as I'm walking up there.
You know, that's funny because I do that too. You know, and I've been doing that for years, man. Ever since 2000s.
Yeah.
When I'd go to tournaments, I would just listen to music. You know.
Yeah.
As time goes on, you learn what tournaments, what you need, and what they're gonna give you in certain tournaments. You know, like typically with Masters per se. You know it's gonna be a little longer, a little heavier in volume, so you kind of want a medium type music to party with, I guess you could say, and that's what I would do. You know, and I would listen to. You know, like if I know they're going to be short or something like that.
This is something faster.
Yeah, so I'm going to listen to like some AC/DC, some fast-paced Metallica or something in those rounds, you know.
Something to get you moving quick.
Yep.
Yep. All right, so after game 8. And I've been instructed to stop talking.
I've been told that my entire life at home.
Isaac, stop talking.
Pretty much. Not only being told, but tell myself that too. You're like, just stop, dude.
Oh, we're good?
Oh, now we're good? Okay.
So they are right. Okay, you may start talking.
All right, so I guess Malone. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm looking at different scores. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, so after game 8, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't. That's kind of weird.
Dennis Brown has moved into first.
Oh, wow.
He went 267 in game 7 and 258 in game 8. Scott Sloan dropped to second. He shot 214 in that game 7, and then game 8 he shot 179. James Polk Jr., he's always right around the top.
Oh.
He's in third. He's shot 257, 257. That'd be a nice triplicate to have here.
So he's plus 287 for James Polk Jr.
Yeah.
I'm kind of
doing the math.
Yeah.
Kevin Maloney went 258, 279. So he's moved up into fifth.
He's plus 269.
And Dwayne Mellinger, game 7 he shot 214, game 8 he shot 243.
He's plus 232.
Ricky Schisler struggled a little bit that game 7. He shot 178, and then he came back with a 213. He's in 7th at the moment.
Plus 226.
And our 8th position is Mark Shirless. He went game 7 254, and then shot 233 in game 8.
And he is plus 224. So that is your cut right now after 8 games with 1 to go.
Yep, and let's see, there was a question on the table about Dave Tolson. He went game 7, he shot 218 and then went 172 in game 8.
And he is plus 153.
Yeah.
And he did shoot 300 earlier today in game 2, so... Yeah, we were kind of surprised because I was going through looking at all of them. I didn't even pick it up, and I'm just like, I think it was after game 5. I was kind of looking down the sheet. I'm like, 300? I'm like, who shot 300?
And that was the only 300 today, wasn't it?
Yep. And it was one of the quietest ones ever.
I was going to say, I didn't hear any commotion or anything.
Yeah, so it's interesting.
Well, I'm glad someone went good.
Yep. All right, so your notables are probably going to be around 12th, I guess you would say, maybe 13th. So you're looking at plus 161. So 12th place is after 8 is currently about 50 pins back.
Yeah.
I take that back. 60.
Yeah.
65 pins back from making the cut. So.
Yeah,
and
that's Diaz, right? And
Robinson.
Oh, Robinson's 13th,
and then Diaz is just ahead of him.
And then Greg Nero, Scott Robertson, Jason Prather.
Yeah.
All right. So we're pretty well into Game 9 here, so let's see what we can do. We're still here with, I believe we're watching Maloney and Shirless. And Maloney was on 4-bagger there and then 7-pinned. He's keeping pace a little off the pace that he had the first two, or Game 7 and 8, but he's still going to shoot a decent 2, I think.
It's looking at like 230.
Yeah,
right
he
now.
can shoot for 240.
Okay.
Is that right? Yeah, 60 to 180. Yeah.
Unfortunately, we can. Let me see. What was that camera for? So we move that. So unfortunately, we cannot show lanes 21 anymore. The camera has moved. I'm not sure why, but it has.
Let's see. Kevin just got that one. Didn't quite get back for him.
I do apologize, Miss Bree. Who are you looking to get updates on or watch? Not sure who was on 21.
Oh, I was going to answer it, but we have to sign into chat.
I was kind of did that on the phone, but then that's a little harder than anything.
Yeah.
Because then I'm paying attention to like 5 screens instead of just 3. Anthony, Mr. Anthony. Let's see here. Anthony Unrein. If I pronounced that wrong, I do apologize. He is currently in 25th. He is at plus 52. So unless he, he's be realistic. He's probably gonna not quite get there.
He shot 185 in Game 7 and 173 in Game 8.
Yeah.
That's given back a lot to the field, but
Yeah.
there's one game left, and we'll see what happens.
He's 200 pins out.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say his day is gonna probably be done unless he gets 3 more games, roughly. And the field stays at these 3, so.
That's about how I felt in qualifying.
Yeah.
In fact, I could have bowled 8 games. I could have bowled 8 games and still probably not made the cut.
Ooh. Yeah, those are bad days.
Although I was on to something that last game. I did manage to shoot a decent game.
Yeah, what'd you shoot that last game?
219.
Nice.
I only had 1 open that game.
Was it a single pin?
No, I didn't miss
Okay.
it. I missed 1 single pin today.
Okay.
It was a 4-pin.
Ooh, 4-pin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I take that back. It was a 4-pin. I missed it to the left, but it didn't go in the gutter.
So Mike Riley leaves a half church, I guess you can call it.
3/4 church. 3/5.
So if you got grandma's teeth, what would we call that? Grandpa's teeth? I don't know.
Yeah.
Ever referred to the 4, 7, 8, 10?
I guess that would be great grandma's teeth.
Oh,
Great
almost got
grandma
it.
lost another one.
Well, yeah, that's true.
And he got the count, so that's.
So unfortunately for Mr. Riley, yeah.
244. Man, I bet he's disappointed with that game.
Well, I would think so with the scoring pace. It's like 244 is like shooting 184.
Well, he was the bubble too, so 244 is going to help him
Yeah.
a bit. He was the cut.
So that puts him at 68.
So that's
Puts him at 268
he'll,
over.
He'll take that. He'll take that.
Yeah.
And looks like Kevin's going to not quite keep pace with what he had the first 2 games with that big 250. Was it 257, 279?
258, 79.
Yeah, 258, 279. So he's gonna show that he's mostly or he's not all the way immortal here. He's still gonna shoot deuce, but it's gonna be a substantially lesser deuce.
What about 220s?
220. Yeah, you can get out of this for 227. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's in.
Yeah, so that puts him, let's see, where was he at? He was at 69 over, 220. It puts him at 89 over,
Yeah,
roughly.
I think that's,
Maybe 90.
yeah, it's going to have him inside the
290.
top 8.
Yeah.
Starting to get a little over-under on the back end all of a sudden.
Yeah, I kind of suspected that with the 20-minute break that we had. So.
Yeah. Well, the next round, they come over and bowl on fresh, right?
Yes, everything from 1 through 12.
Yep, it's being oiled.
Yeah. Lane 3 will not be used until our final match. So
Yes.
you're probably going to go 1, 2, 5, 6, 9, 10.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. 'Cause that would be, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8. Oh, I forgot 8, so 2, 4. Well, 13 and 14, my bad. So once we finish here, your next round is going to be 1 and 2, 5 and 6, 9, 10, and 13 and 14. Then after that, you're going to move to another fresh pair, which is going to be 7 and 8, 11 and 12.
And then the finals are going to be on 3 and 4. Yep.
That's interesting. Everything's going to be on fresh pair after here.
Yeah,
Ah,
Yep.
I like it.
I do too. I kind of.
Yeah.
Although the fresh is it's a bit different than the burn.
Yeah. So especially a game for the championship pair, that's going to be sitting a while.
Yeah,
So I would anticipate that pattern to flatten out a little bit more.
yeah, I think so. They're not going to have. They're definitely not going to have the bounce that they're having now.
Nope. Nope.
So they'll have one match to carve a
Just carve
break
something
point
out
out,
of it.
yeah.
Yeah. Old school.
Yeah.
Tolson doesn't look too happy.
No. Yeah, when you got guys walking out to the car.
Well, like mean walks.
Yeah.
You can just tell, yeah.
All right, so our feature pair here on 17 and 18, they're done. Do we have another camera we can flick
nope.
over to?
Nope.
They're all done.
Everybody
All right.
seems to be done.
All
So
right,
with
so we'll get some scores here for you in a little bit. They'll turn them in, and we'll get you some updates as soon as we have them. We'll be right back.
You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly.
The winner will be awarded a spot in the 2025 National Senior Masters in Vegas. As a reminder, if you are a winner and unable to go, please do let us know.
Cha-ching!
All right, and we're
Hey,
back.
Everything is working. All right. All right, so we are done with our 3-game semis. We had a little bit of a change up top. So right now, Dennis Brown was your number 1 seed at plus 392. Is that correct? Let's see, 18. Yep, 392. Followed by Scott Sloan at 352. Followed by Chris Martinez at 337. Followed by James Polk Jr. at 336. And then Dwayne Mellinger at plus 298. Kevin Maloney at plus 296. Mark Shirless at plus 268. And your top 8 qualifiers was and is plus 236, which is Ricky Schisler. So with our camera views, you are going to see match play matches. So basically
9 and 10.
1-game matches, and you're pretty much done. So in match number 1, over on 5 and wait, is that right?
We're on 9 and 10.
Yeah.
9 and 10, we're going to have James Polk Jr. and
Versus
Dwayne Mellinger.
Okay.
And then on 5 and 6, we're going to have Ricky Schisler and who do we have? Dennis Brown. Yeah.
Okay.
And then on 1 and 2, we have Kevin Maloney and Chris Martinez.
Who are we missing out of there? Sloan and
they're going to be on 13
and
or
14.
14, yeah.
Yeah, 13 and 14. We will be Mark Shirless and Scott Sloan. So we've got all 3 cameras. 2 cameras are in view, and then 1 camera is going to have 2 pair kind of going. So not direct shots, but pretty close. So.
And they are bowling on fresh, so we're back to the
fresh.
back to the beginning.
Back to the beginning. All right. Let's see here. Just out of the cut was John Johnson at plus 225, and he made a run at it, so he only missed it by 11. John Johnson went 215, 253, 278. So he did what he had to do to give himself a chance. So, and that's sometimes all you want is a chance.
Yeah.
So let's see here. Then that was followed by Jason Prather at plus 219, and then Bobby Robinson Jr. was at plus 191. So.
Great bowling today.
That's a lot of good numbers, big numbers, big numbers.
So what we saw earlier is Scott Sloan had a great day out of the gate on the fresh. He didn't do so well on the burn, and then we have some guys that bowled really good on the burn but didn't come out of the gate so hot. So this should be interesting to see how they
react to the fresh.
Yeah, how they go back.
Yep. So after these 8 bowl, we're going to move to another pair of fresh, I believe, which would be 7 and 8 and 11 and 12.
Mm-hmm.
So these are all, again, 1-game matches. There is no contenders bracket or anything like that. You give it your all, or you have an early dinner.
This is an old school format for the old guys.
For the seasoned players.
The seasoned veterans.
Jeremy's going to use that quite a bit. So he's like, I like that. And I was like, you do know where I got that from, right? He's like, no. I was like, the longest yard.
Yep.
Adam Sandler.
Yep.
You know, Burt Reynolds, Michael Irving, all those guys.
Yep. Hear Ricky putting the surface on his ball.
I think you're supposed to touch the entire ball when you resurface it.
Oh, he did. He was touching that whole thing. And that is a urethane ball that he'll be throwing.
I'm not a fan of that. That's just me, though, but
Hey, whatever works, right?
I guess.
Maybe I should have tried that today because nothing else seemed to work.
So we do have some staffers in the house. Let's see here. We've got Chris Martinez, who's a Storm staffer. We got Scherfler, Storm staffer. You got Dennis Brown, that's on the Motive staff. And I think that's about all you got as far as staffers today.
Yeah.
So, and of course you've got Maloney that represents Storm by throwing the equipment. Let's see, James Polk is a Brunswick. I guess you can say representative as well.
Enthusiast.
Enthusiast. Mellinger, he throws whatever works.
I think he's throwing Storm today. Or at least he was throwing a virtual Vibo.
Yeah, it's one of his go-to balls there, the Vibo. Let's see here. Shirless, I'm not sure what he's likes throwing. Scott Sloan likes to throw Motive, so we got a few of the different, actually all brands in the house, so all three brands. It's not really a runaway, I guess you can say, but not too bad,
So they all make something. They all make equipment that's round.
Yeah,
So.
and it looks good in certain players' hands.
Yep. What drew you to Storm products?
Back in the day when Golden Bull was still around, I had bought my first Storm ball, which was the Storm Shift.
Okay.
And I'd looked at myself and I was like, why did it take you so long to understand? You gave it a run. That's all that matters. So, and it was the Storm Shift back in the day was the first ball I bought from Storm. And I was like, holy cow, what have I been missing since before this? And I understood what it was. And then ever since then, I bought the Overseas Shift SLT, which I like too. And then from there, it's just pretty much a Storm ball from pretty much every tier that they had. Yeah. So, and then when I got into the pro shop business, let's see, almost 10 years ago, Mr. Brett Cooper offered me a contract, and I ended up taking the contract, and I've been with Storm for roughly unofficially about 10 years, officially 8. So,
there you go.
yeah. So,
Nice.
Storm's taking care of me. Brett Cooper's taking care of me. Gary Holsenberg, everybody at Storm. Megan Headley, Blair Brummershine, if I'm pronouncing her last name right. Steve Klompkin, everybody out there. They've taken good care of me as a staffer. So now we've got a new regional sales manager, which is Parker Tippin from Wichita, Kansas. So we actually do know him, sort of, I guess you can say, because when we bowl the Southwest Tour tournament, he usually bowls that same weekend we're bowling. So,
That's a fun tournament.
Yeah, it definitely is. So, I'd like to thank Storm for everything they've done for me, and I just want to hope to continue to provide my services in the shop and with the brand of bowling balls that they put out. So,
there you go. How are you? How are you feeling about the new?
the AI.
The Phase AI.
I don't know, man. I think I should have drilled it different because the colors are kind of messing with me. So, but no, it's definitely a good ball once you get past the way this ball looks, because I'll be putting out a video on it here within the next couple days on Facebook. So it's just weird the way it looks going down the lane. It's like you can see it spinning on its axis, and all of a sudden it looks like it just stops spinning and then just like goes left. Yeah, it's the weirdest looking thing I've seen, and my eyes are struggling with it. So
You know, if you would, if you just close your eyes, it probably wouldn't bother you.
Well,
I close my eyes. That way I don't have to see how bad it looks going down lane.
if I didn't target so far down lane with my back target points, I would have no problem doing that. But I got to make sure I'm hitting those 2 points
Yeah.
down lane.
Yeah.
So that's where it gets to me. But I mean, as far as ball motion, it's very, in my opinion, very super clean, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
And then it's got a really strong move on the back end.
Yeah,
So,
that's-
I still got to mess with it. I haven't really thrown it a whole lot. Haven't had an opportunity or a need to throw something like that. But I got some big opportunities coming up. I kind of shared a little bit of that with you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to have some free time here after this week. So I'm going to get out on the lanes and try to figure out what that ball likes to do and what it don't like to do.
And that comes out. That comes out of the box with that new polish, right? That
Yeah,
new,
that new Power Edge smooth.
Yeah.
That stuff's actually amazing, to tell you the
Yeah.
truth. I don't know if we talked about this during the Masters or
I think
not.
we did.
To where with all the other polish that Storm has put out, like the React to Gloss, React to Shine, Compound, Step 2s, all that stuff, after a few shots and the oil built up on the ball, it would feel kind of slimy,
Yeah.
you know. But with this Power Edge, you don't feel that.
Yeah,
You feel the
that's-
oil, but it doesn't feel slimy.
I also hear that it gives the ball a little bit better tack. Like it has a nice
Yes,
tackiness to it,
it
which
does.
I really like. So
It definitely does.
I've
So,
thought about surfacing a couple balls and finishing them with that.
yeah, I would definitely
instead
try
of
it.
what they've got on out of the box. So
With the Power Edge, a little bit goes a long way.
yeah, that's what I've heard.
Yeah, you just need a little bit, and I mean maybe just a dime size, if that.
Yeah.
Like literally the size of a dime, both vertically and horizontally.
Yeah, yeah.
So, because that stuff goes a long, long way.
All right, and we're going to get underway here. We've got on our feature pair here, we've got James Polk throwing his first shot on lane 9, and he shoves it right in the pocket.
And he's going up against Dwayne Mellinger. So
Yeah, this ought to be a good match.
yeah, I think every match we got here is going to be
Yeah,
fairly
these are
good.
going to be some good matches.
These guys ain't here for no reason, so
Yeah.
these are pretty much your top senior players in the
Yeah.
state. So,
I mean, and these are guys that can compete not just at the senior level.
but on all levels, yeah.
Like, several of these guys we saw in the Masters 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
So
You see, you had Maloney, Martinez. Was Brown here? I don't remember. if
no,
Brown
but
was here.
Mellinger was.
Mellinger was. Polk was. Sloan was here.
Yep.
Shirless was here too. So everybody but one, I believe, was here.
Yep.
So, but maybe Brown was here. I think they were all here, to tell you the truth. I don't remember. Yeah, I think everybody here pulled the Masters 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So.
And I mean, most of your field here made the cut.
Yes.
so I mean, so,
Yes.
yeah, so this ought to be fun to watch.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be high scoring, I believe.
So Dwayne struck his first ball in lane 10. He's stepping up in lane 9, and he seems to have a pretty good look through practice and
Oh, comes in high, trips out of 4.710.
trips the 4.
I don't know if I agree with Maloney's ball change here. I think he was doing really good with that gem to start off with.
Yeah, he made it pretty clear that he had a better look
Yeah.
after they broke down a little bit. He was not excited about moving back to fresh.
No, he wasn't. So, and his ball of choice, I believe, was a Vivo.
Yeah,
Looks like it.
yeah, that's what he's throwing now, and that's what he threw in the burn games. In
Yeah.
the 7, 8, 9. It just gets too far down lane.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I mean, you could throw that ball perfect, and I don't think it's the right time for it.
Yeah, something that picks up a little sooner is probably
Yeah.
what he should be
Thinking
throwing. But
that jam, yeah.
I won't second guess him because he's
He's out there, and we're
yeah,
sitting back here.
He's got a pretty strong game. I don't think I can give him any advice. And Ricky's throwing that urethane ball. He's throwing that That, what is that, a pitch black?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, and James just went 7-1.
Oh,
Just
do
opened.
we know what he left or no? Or did he just chop something?
I didn't see it. I was not paying attention to what I was supposed to be paying attention to.
Yeah.
It's all right. So he's stepping up here in his third frame on lane 9, looking to recover from that open. Which he does nicely. That was a very good job.
impressive. Now let's take a quick gander down here. Yeah, we got Mr. Sloan,
Mr. Sloan,
and Mr. Shirless going.
he was our leader through qualifying. Scott Sloan was. Bowled really well, and then in 7, 8, 9, he kind of dropped a bit. He dropped to second, I believe.
I believe so.
Which,
Yeah, he did. He fell down a second.
and he is our he's our returning champion. So he was the champion last year. Hoping to repeat.
Definitely hard to repeat, and especially at a level like this.
Yeah,
So.
very hard.
Actually, at any level, to tell you the truth.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Hard for me to repeat from frame to frame, let alone from tournament
to tournament, year, spread out years.
Yeah. This will be our first look at Mark Shirless here. He went strike spare. He had a really good day today. And
Yeah,
he's
he did.
sticking to it.
Yep, Stone 8 by Martinez.
Yeah.
So I was talking, I'm going to talk to, I was talking to Jeremy earlier about the, have you watched Bowl TV?
Yes.
And how they have their camera views set up, how they have everything set up on a main screen when they're live streaming, and all you got to do is just click on a certain camera without having different channels.
Yeah.
I wonder if Rob would be able to do something like that with this.
So there's some technical difficulties in that, being that we stream on YouTube. So there's some stuff that needs to be put into place. I'm pretty sure it requires that you have a separate feed. You can't do multiple feeds on the same YouTube channel.
Okay.
So I think he's got to have separate feeds. That's why we do
it the way
that's
that
why
way.
That's why when we have 4 laptops out here, it's because we've got
okay.
a feed going on different channels.
And is that a YouTube issue or?
It's just a limitation of the streaming technology. The Bowl TV does it through a slightly different methodology. They have their own page, and so I'm sure there's some stuff we could probably do someday, but we need
the funds.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, as soon as we get that production truck, that PBA production truck that we want to buy.
Good luck with that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see. Mr. Coffee is the top seed match going to be shown. This is the view we have at the current moment for that. So on 1 and 2, you've got Maloney and Martinez. On 5 and 6, you have Dennis Brown and Ricky Schisler. So,
and we can definitely see that, but we don't. It's not our camera's kind of between. So
yeah. So yes and no.
But as you see, going down the lane right now is that's Dennis's first ball.
And he's had nothing but 9 counts since we started
he
this
went
match.
9, 9, 9, 9.
Need to try to get Maloney's attention.
Why? He's bowling. Don't bother him.
Got to give him the look, the stare.
They just had a pin in the channel, so they just cleared the deadwoods.
No, I know, but I mean,
yeah.
I would like for him to get out of that ball. That ball is just too clean.
Yeah, it's certainly too clean for fresh.
Way too clean. And the only problem I think he's going to run into is he may find it for a shot or two,
Yeah.
But I think once he misses just a touch, whether it's
Yeah, he found it there.
yeah,
But that's like he's got to be perfect.
yeah,
It has to be perfect. There's no forgiveness. If he misses right, it gets behind the head pin.
Yep.
And if he misses left, it goes through the nose.
yeah, because his front angle's gonna be so tight
Yeah.
that I think if he misses it, he's.
Yeah.
And I mean, you ain't got time. I mean, if 2 games,
Yeah, it's one game.
maybe, yeah.
Yeah. It's a one-game match.
But with Martinez, that kid can bowl.
Yeah. And he's just keeping the ball out in front of him a little bit. He's not giving away the pocket too much.
And that's all he ever does. That's how
Yeah.
simple his game is, man.
Yep. It's the key to success, that's
Yeah.
for sure, or one of the keys. So we talked about Kevin using something that's too clean, and Ricky's doing the exact opposite. He's using a roughed up urethane ball.
But he's off the edge, though.
Yeah.
So he's starting pretty much in
Oh,
the
yeah,
dry.
yeah.
Yeah.
But he's got a really good look with it.
Let's see, and, and I feel with the urethanes you have that same problem just
Yeah.
because of the volume and length of the pattern, that if you miss just a touch right, it's going to flat 10 all
Yeah.
day long,
Yeah.
because it just doesn't have enough friction.
Yeah, you don't have the continuation on the back.
Yep.
It friction's out in the mid lane, and then all right. So Kevin's stepping up after Chris just doubled.
I believe Chris is going to come back for a new piece. Nope.
No, I wouldn't.
No.
He's got a good look there.
You're out. Okay, be good, man.
And
All right, let's see if this works for him.
there it is. See, that one was in a little bit from the one before, so I think he might have a little bit of area down lane, but not a lot.
My first payday for being a broadcaster. Yay.
Where'd that come from?
It just fell out of the sky right in front of me, so it's mine.
Nice.
Finders,
Nice.
keepers.
20s from heaven.
Should have an extra 0 behind it, but that's okay.
Ricky got that one a little soft, and it got away with it. He threw that one slower than the last one.
And
Probably
that-
trying to get that 10 out.
Exactly, and that's classic that we all do, whether it's with
Oh, yeah.
reactive or whatever. Ooh.
That was, I think he found the extent of his ability to miss left.
Yeah, so let's just hope he doesn't do that again.
But that's a 3-bagger after an open, so
Yep.
he's starting to get back on pace.
Yep.
Got
Keeps
his
him
work
close.
Got his work cut out for him because Chris seems to have found it there as well.
Yep. Let's see what's going on down here with these the seasoned players. I think these two are the oldest ones in the field. The well seasoned.
Wow, Dennis went from 4 9 counts in a row to double. He got lined in.
Hey, he made a ball change, and
That seems to be the right change.
yep.
Mark Shirtless just mixed him up there. Good strike. Let's see where Scott's playing. He's still struggling a little bit, it looks like. Looks like he missed a spare early on.
Oh, he got that in.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see what Sloan does here. Didn't like it. Ooh.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
high. Definitely did not like it. Just off to your left there, you can see on lane 10, Dwayne Mellinger just tripped to 10. That's a good shot.
Trip to 10?
Yeah. Yeah, I think Kevin found it with that ball you wanted him to change out of.
Well, you got more confidence than I do, but I can almost guarantee he's like, oh, just make a shot, make a shot, make
Yeah.
a shot.
I mean, that's a tight match.
I mean, yeah, I mean,
Dwayne leaves a 10 down there on lane 9.
okay, all right. Prove me wrong. I appreciate it.
And, Scott Sloan 9 pins. He's struggling here. He came out like gangbusters this morning on the fresh. I was kind of expecting him to get back to it, but he's struggling a little bit. Let's see if Mark can pick up his pace again.
Interesting. All right, let's see what Shirless does here.
It's a good shot.
Oh. He looked down like
he
he
looked
didn't
down
like
like he
it.
didn't like it, but I
Yeah.
liked it directionally.
Yeah.
See what James does here. Ooh, Messenger.
Late bird dog. All right, so Dennis Brown, he can max out at, let's see where we at. 219, and unfortunately,
Yeah, that's not going to
Schistler's-
be enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ricky's pacing 250.
Yeah,
so.
I think that's a foregone conclusion there.
All right, this Martinez Maloney match
is
is
really hot.
Yep.
Let's switch over to, if we can see that
Which one?
one. They're both on
So Martinez is on six in a row.
and Kevin's on 5 in a row. Looking to make it 6 in a row. A little wide.
Oh.
Yep. And that's what you were talking about. If it's just a little bit wide, it just doesn't recover.
Yep. It just doesn't have enough.
That will probably be it for that match. Looks like Chris is going to advance out of that one.
Yep. So let's see. You got it.
Okay.
All right. So the match between Schistler and Brown's going to go to Schistler. That's pretty much a done deal there. He's already at 219, entering the
that match
10th.
is
So, unfortunately, Maloney is done because the best he can shoot's 08, and Martinez is already in 209 in the 9th. Let's see here.
Looks like Mark Shirley shot 207, and that unfortunately will end the day for Scott Malone. Or I'm sorry, Scott Sloan.
Scott Malone. Has he
Scott
got
Sloan.
tattoos I don't know about?
So Scott Sloan can finish out here for 178, I think. 188. So that's going to be...
So Shirless moves on.
yeah.
Okay, so
And that leaves, what do we got going on? Dwayne Mellinger and James Polk. Looks like Dwayne can strike here for 216.
I can't really see.
Strike for 216. And James can shoot James can finish this out and beat him by 5.
222?
221.
221, okay. I'm trying to see it from here and I can't quite see it.
Ooh, and that one, he got 5 on that one. Half a loaf.
Half a loaf.
So that is going to be Shirless. Or I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Mellinger's going to move on.
He needed the double, so.
All right. And that will be, so we'll have, coming up here, we'll have Ricky Schisler and Dwayne Mellinger. We'll bowl each other on 7 and 8. And Chris Martinez and Mark Shirless will bowl each other on 11 and 12.
And keep in mind, those pair are still fresh.
Those are still, Doug will bowl on fresh the rest of the way.
Yep.
All right, we're getting, and then there were 4.
Why is Mellinger bowling? Did we tie or something?
Is he just moving right on to the next match?
I think we had a.
Are these 2-game matches?
No, it's only one.
That's what I thought.
Well,
Oh, apparently, because they've all started bowling again.
no, no.
Yeah, because look down.
Are these 2-game matches? I thought it was a 1-game match.
Surprise, surprise.
Okay. Well, one way to figure this out. What happened?
All right, so that's
Well, don't listen to us because we're obviously having issues. Let's see here. 2 games, single elimination. Oh, goodness gracious.
there you go.
So 2-game total pinfall. So, yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna keep moving on.
Let's keep going.
We're just gonna keep going.
Yeah,
keep on
well,
trucking.
Yeah. Yeah. Never
We-
mind.
we let you s-
Oh, nice conversion there by Mr. Polk. I believe that was a 4-7-10. We have no idea what you're talking about.
They've been trying to
Ms. Deb Smith.
they've been trying to tell us that we were wrong.
Hey, all you got to say is you're wrong. We're
Yeah.
okay with that. We're human. What? Oh,
All right. So
I
we're-
thought someone else was going to tell we were wrong. I can't take this no more.
this is. I wish they would have just told us about 30 minutes ago. Isaac, stop talking.
Yeah, something like that.
All right, so we're into game 2.
That's what makes broadcasting fun.
Yes. We're making it up on the fly. All right, here in game 2, James Polk just left a 7-pin on 9 and 10.
All right, hold on. Before I start saying anything else bowling related.
All right, that's a spare. Ooh. We got that one to move.
All right, from what I'm seeing on the flyer, it says 2-game single elimination match play finals. So does that mean total pins? Does that mean...
All right.
First 1 to 2? You know what I mean? I'm going to say
think it's
it's
total-
total
it's
pins.
total pins.
Yeah. I mean, why would it change? It's been total pins
It's-
all day.
It's total pins. I'm telling you, it's total pins. All right, so game 1, Dennis Brown shot 219, Ricky Schisler shot 279, Dwayne Mellinger shot 216, James Polk Jr. shot 182, Chris Martinez shot 256, Kevin Maloney shot 205, Mark Shirless shot 207, and Scott Sloan shot 178. They're in a 2-game total match, right? So we're going off totals.
Well, I was wrong earlier. I'll let you go ahead and say that.
I will. I will go ahead and say that.
Okay, that's
since
cool.
I was listening to you earlier, now I'll Ooh.
You know, if Rob was here, he would probably be all over me because of that.
Oh, I'm sure
He would never let me down with that.
Yeah, yeah. No, well, as that's probably going to be the case regardless.
I doubt it.
I'm sure he'll make sure with the next one that you know the format before we start.
Well, you know, kind of don't have our producer here to help things work properly. You know what I mean?
We have a. That's true. Oh, and Kevin over on 1 and 2 starts out with a 3-bagger.
With the same ball.
Same ball.
So yeah, definitely we are on a skeleton crew here. So I mean, we don't have our runner. We don't have normally what we usually have. So
We've got everything we need. Come
you're
on.
right, we do. I know.
Would like to say hi to Rob and Lushu, who are in Texas today, broadcasting another tournament.
I don't even know.
Hope they have a safe trip back.
So now I wonder, now that I'm watching Martinez and Maloney, if he is going to have a little bit of push on the ball that he's using early, not later.
Well, it definitely he just 10-pinned.
And it looked very weak.
It
too.
looked weak. Yeah, it looked like a weak 10. Maloney is using the same ball. It's getting back. They weren't those high flush pocket hits that we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
But they definitely moved the pins around. So we'll see what happens. Maybe that clean ball in the front is going to be more aggressive on the back. Maybe he's using the left to right or the right to left motion down lane to throw the pins sideways.
Oh, got a balk. That's one adult beverage for us. That is your fine. Not our first rodeo.
We've got a hot matchup going here on 1 and 2. There it is. There he found it. If he gets it in, if he keeps it tight to the pocket, he's got a good line there.
For Maloney,
Yeah, we'll watch Maloney throw his next shot on 2, and then we'll switch over to Dwayne and Bobby. We've got a camera directly on them.
Yeah, okay, so between the Dennis Brown and Ricky Schishler match, Schishler has a 60-pin lead exactly. Dwayne Mellinger, James Polk. Mellinger is up by 34. Martinez Maloney. Martinez is up by 51. And our closest match is going to be Mark Shirless and Scott Sloan, with Shirless up by 29.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we've got this is our feature pair since it's the camera that's directly on a lane. 9 and 10 here, we got Dwayne Mellinger stepping up on lane 9. What did you say the differential was in that match?
That's 34 pins.
34 pins. So this is anybody's match here. It's a little wide. Yep, just didn't get back. I saw a lot of that early on the fresh. Get it a touch to the right, and it doesn't get back, and you get it you compensate for that, and it goes straight through the nose.
Yep. Good spare. Polk is working on a double. Gonna chip away at that.
Ooh, he liked that one.
Yep, that's 3 in a row.
That is,
Chipping away at that 34 pin.
yeah, that's a good way to get your 34 pins back.
Let's see. Let's see what's Maloney. I think we might have been safe with those.
Yeah, I didn't want to.
I know. I was just thinking about that. But just by seeing some of the hits, the only one I'd probably be concerned about would be
This one. Yeah, I think you're right. That's a 4-bagger there by James Polk, and he's cutting into that 34 pin lead pretty
he's pretty much covered that already.
pretty deep. Dwayne wants to advance. He's going to have to find something about right now. That was a better shot. He didn't leak that one to the right.
Well, looks like Martinez is dropped it in the 5th.
Yeah.
And getting ready to set it on cruise control.
Yeah, he made a minor adjustment there, and that's a 3-bagger. All right, let's see if Dwayne can double up here. That one's right again. He just slips it right a little too much on that.
Yeah.
It's almost like he
just kind of. It's hard to say. Yeah.
On that right lane, he's getting his hand around it a little better, and on that left lane, he's just getting it off his hand before he gets around it.
Too quick.
He's kind of shoveling it out there.
So I don't know if that's a fit issue with his thumb or something.
I don't know because it looked like he's got pretty good command on the right lane. It's the left lane, and that's twice that he's kind of gotten it right early, and it just won't get back.
Yeah. I know I've had times where I've done that, Mr. Brown doing a little dance. Where I've been one good lane and the next lane, no matter what I do, I just like, what are you trying to do over here?
Everything you do is wrong.
Yeah. All right, let's see what Polk does here. He can really take command of this match.
He can put the screws to him here. He liked that one. Wow.
Nice. So another match is becoming significant. It's going to be the Schistler-Brown match. So Ricky.
Yeah, he's struggling all of a sudden.
Yep. And Dennis Brown's pacing 250, so yeah, Martinez is just sitting back and
I think he's got that one under control. Ricky covers his mess there. See, James, he liked that one too. He's got a good, just kind of a rocket to the pocket there.
Yep.
And that's going to be hard for Dwayne to come back from. I don't think that's.
It's going to be tough.
Yeah.
They need a lot of help.
I mean, even with his 34 pin advantage, he's down. He's now down.
Yep. Are you bowling next weekend or no?
Yes.
Who's your partner?
Ramon Bates.
Oh, nice.
Are you bowling? Who are you bowling with?
Mr. Felix Garcia.
Oh. You guys will make a good team.
Yeah. We won it 2 years ago.
Nice.
Missed it last year. And then hopefully we get it back this year, I hope.
Well, you're going to have to go through Ramon and I.
Bring it. Let's do it. Oh, trip forward.
Oh, no, Ramon's got a boat anchor of a partner.
Oh, no. Don't say that.
Ooh.
He's trying to miss this,
Yeah, he
ain't he?
was.
There's two of them that were almost questionable.
All right, so if Mellinger can manage to go off the sheet here, he can shoot 229. And he's going to have to do, he's going to need every bit of that. That was a better ball. You see, he kind of got, he got it out in front of him a little better.
What's Polk pacing? 260?
If he shoots 269, right?
I believe so. 29, 69. That's 40 pins. That's what he needs. So. He's basically got to throw the next three in good count.
Yeah.
Assuming Mellinger
Wow.
punches out, yeah.
That was as good as the
impressive,
ball could be
yeah.
thrown. That was a really good shot right there. We noticed in the Masters a couple weeks ago, James Polk towards the end, it seemed like, well, everybody seemed like they were tired by the end of that.
But he seemed
But
to.
he seemed like he had
He showed it a little bit more, yeah.
He looked a little tired there towards the end, which he doesn't look like he's having any slowdown today.
No, sir. All right.
Oh, and he trips the 4.
Wow. All right, he needs one more in count.
One more in count.
Martinez is just cruising along, waving as he goes by.
Yeah, I think that match is going to be wrapped up there. So, yeah, you're right. We probably
Yeah.
could have.
So, yeah, I just, yeah, I think Maloney probably should have stuck with the solid ball, but that's just me. A little more forgiving, in my opinion.
Yeah, sometimes you just go with what you're most comfortable with. I
Yeah.
think is
Yeah. All right. So if Polk gets this one, he pretty much came from behind to get it.
that's a good shot.
Ooh.
Oh, it got.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
4-9. This makes this interesting.
So
So he's in the 260s.
Mellinger can shoot
I think that's
two.
going to be enough. Right?
Because he only needed to make up 34 pins roughly.
34. If Dwayne strikes out, he shoots 229. And 34 is 63. And I think James is already there.
57. If he picks this up, that's 67, so he'll be at 68.
Misses both of them. Puts him at
So 66,
66.
65.
65, yeah. 265.
That puts him at 447. And 29, that's 5. Yep. He's got him by 2.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good comeback.
Yeah, I'll say. This Brown Schisler match is also
Yeah.
a tight one. And Dwayne's going to end up striking out. He's going to lose by 2.
Ooh, I'm almost willing to say.
And Ricky just can't seem to carry.
He was down by 60, exactly 60. So let's see here, 69.
Yeah, I think that.
Almost. So Brown definitely has to punch out. Well, not no
anymore.
Wow. So
Wow.
Brown needs definitely the next 2.
Yes.
At least the next 2.
Well, he needs to win by 60, right? 61.
Yes.
And Ricky, if he strikes out, shoots at 88.
That puts him at 240. Yeah, he needs the next two.
No, yeah.
Because even if he goes strike, spare, that puts him in the 250s.
250s.
Yeah. So he needs this one. That's going to be the biggest comeback of the day.
From 60 down.
Yep. Looks good.
Oh, a little
Wow.
short. Little short.
Let's see here.
So he'll be in the 250s if he spares and then strikes, right?
So let's see, 85, that's fine, that's 50, 25. Well, actually, yeah, he just needs this. So he didn't really need.
He needs a spare, and then
Yeah.
he needs, because the best that Ricky can shoot is
88.
188.
Yeah. So he needs a spare and a double.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Cool. Okay.
I just heard that Shirless ended up winning his match
Okay. So that's going to be Shirless.
by like 2, I believe. 50, 25, 55.
So he needs the first 2. Did we decide? I think that's going to put him at 30.
So because
5. Yeah, he only needs to win by 60.
Yeah, 61. So
Yeah.
right now he is up by 50.
Yeah, if he shoots.
43 is up by 43. 48, 47. Oh no. Oh, he got it. Oh, wow. What a great match right there.
Yeah.
So, Dennis Brown comes from being 60
60 down.
to end up winning his match against Ricky Schisler. Wow. That's impressive. Coffee? Go get me some coffee.
Y'all need a math guy there.
We got 3 of them, and they ain't worth anything, so. We even got a smartphone. Who? He already did. No. Brown did. Yeah.
All right.
That's the biggest
255.
comeback, 60 down. Let's see, 6, that's 7. He shoots 474. We'll just mark him in at 188, even though he definitely won now. So 7, 16. Yeah, that shut him out because even if Ricky struck out, he only shot 467. So
Yeah.
wow.
All right.
That's a tough loss right there.
So coming up, we'll have Dennis Brown and James Polk on 7 and 8, and Chris Martinez and Mark Shirless on 11 and 12. We'll go ahead and take a little break here and learn how to do some math.
You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming.
Where's the other one? Let's do it.
We're back.
All right. So after announcements, we got everybody settled up. Cameras moved. We're ready to go.
We are ready to roll.
All right. Mr. Coffee, we did figure out our calculator issues. Batteries are low.
Our batteries are old. That's the problem. They're old batteries.
And we were just talking. It seems to be that we have math issues only here at this center for some reason. Don't know why.
It's because there's too much action going on. It's hard to-
Something, yeah.
too much stuff going on around us.
Need to have like, I think these are like 42-inch screens. We need like 60-inch screens.
Yes. Telling you that production truck we need to purchase.
Working on it, trust me. I'll contribute a few.
All right, we should be starting here
Yeah,
soon.
I think we're good to go.
And there will be no surface changes because there is no practice.
Correct. I think they're waiting for a thumbs up from somebody, but
I think we can. Someone wave the green flag.
and we're off.
And action.
All right.
All right, Chris Martinez is stepping up on lane 11. Oh, that was a little bit in.
Looked like you got a handful on that one
Yeah.
from here.
It definitely did not have the pace that his shots on 1 and 2 had.
No, definitely not.
Does cover it up. And now we'll get our first look at Mark Shirless.
Gets half a loaf, as you
Yeah.
as you
Yeah.
say.
He got that one started up early, and it went straight through the nose. All right, Mr. Shirless leaves a 7-pin. I have a feeling Dennis is going to pick this up. Just a hunch. No,
No,
my hunch was wrong. It's close though.
as long as our math is right, we're good.
Well, I do math based on my hunches, so.
Shots fired.
James Polka stepping up on lane 8. You can see it there out of the corner of your eye. And he leaves a 7-pin.
Interesting. Ball change, too.
Very interesting.
Let's see what Shirless is doing here.
We've got no strikes. And that is in the weeds.
That one's a little gone. So I do believe neither one of these players here today have won a Senior Masters title. I believe. Correct
Really?
us if we are wrong.
Oh, everybody that made this run. I thought Shirless has never won one?
Oh, no, he has, because he did
I was
step
gonna
out
say
there
he-
earlier
yeah.
today.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say he's won one.
Because when they started the tournament, he was
Yeah.
like way down there on 58 and 59 or something like that when he walked out there.
Yeah. All right. James Polk is throwing his second shot. And that, wow.
Interesting.
And the struggle bus has arrived. There's no strikes yet. Chris Martinez. There's a strike,
one.
I think.
Yeah, we're good. He
All right.
breaks the
He
ice.
breaks it. All right. That's the.
Oh!
Ooh, nice cover. Nice
Sweet.
cover.
There you go.
This just goes to show you they didn't get any practice on these lanes in their fresh.
Yes, definitely.
They got practice on the fresh
Yup.
last set.
So
So
that-
now everybody has to go back from what they've tuned up.
Yup.
That makes this pretty rough.
Figure out what to do.
Yep.
Title match is going to be fun too.
Yeah, the title match is going to be funky.
There,
All right,
Martinez
Chris
found
doubles.
it.
That's
Yep.
good.
All right.
Oh,
That
that's
was
a
a
wrap
ringer.
10.
Yep.
Yeah. I think he liked that out of his hand too.
I think so too.
It just the ball scoots a little far down lane before it reacts. Mark Shirless is struggling too.
Yep. Be 3 straight spares for him.
Hey, that's when when the struggle bus arrives. If you can get spares, that's a big deal.
Yep. Was it auto or
What are you trying to do?
the fade instead of the straight cut? When
The
we
what?
switch cameras?
I don't know.
We'll find out here in a minute. As our producer would normally say, stop touching stuff.
Don't touch the buttons.
Well, get over here and touch them for us.
Yeah, see how that
Yeah.
ball just squirts down lane a little
yeah,
far
he's
before
struggling
it
just a
recovers.
little bit. Yeah, no, what's the other one? Nope, ain't that one.
Come on now. That's a good shot.
I don't think that one's hooked up. Something's wrong with that, so we'll let it be. Please keep your hands and feet in the cart at all times.
And off of the buttons.
Make sure your safety belt is fastened.
Let's see how long it takes.
Nice.
How long it takes James to get lined up here. He got lined up relatively quickly last game. And it only took him 3 frames.
How FTB fade to black.
Yes.
That's why I just do all the talking. That's why I don't touch anything. We got people that do that for us.
We have yet to figure out a way to Isaac-proof the booth.
You ain't doing that. That ain't gonna happen. You know what would be cool is if we had some wireless headsets.
Eh,
You know,
eh,
walk around and
eh.
kind of give some feedback out and about. You know, like
Wander around.
on the
That's what I'm
field
saying,
reporting.
That's why I'm saying we need body cams.
Yeah, something.
I'm sure that we can get something off of a police auction. We can get some body cams to
I
throw
don't think
on.
we need to go that high tech.
Imagine the possibilities.
I'm sure Amazon's got something.
All right.
Oh,
Oh, and
another
James,
one.
another nice cover.
He is just not gonna give this up.
Mhm.
And so remember, this is 2-game total pinfalls.
Are you sure about that?
I am absolutely,
Okay.
positively sure. 101%. And if not, I'm sure we will be corrected,
Yes.
which is very, very helpful.
Yeah. Looks like Chris Martinez went spare 4 in a row.
Yeah.
So he's looking like he's got it tuned up the way he wants it down there. Oh, nice shot.
Dennis Brown doubles up. So we never did our pick 6 today, so it's kind of hard to do it now.
We
But
didn't.
you know, it's very. I'll get this out in the air now. It's a little difficult broadcasting and commentating with not so much a new voice, but a new voice, if that makes sense. So when we broadcast together, we kind of feel what each other are doing and thinking and saying and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then when you have a new person,
partner.
yeah, you're
Yeah.
like, okay, where can we go? Where
Where
can
do
we
I fit
not
in?
go? Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and it should just be nothing, but it's just one of those things, you know.
Yeah.
So,
Well, it's just like it's having a conversation on air where everybody can hear you.
yeah, understandable, but you know, sometimes it's a little awkward.
Yeah,
So,
understand that.
especially if that other individual doesn't do a lot of commentating,
Yeah,
you know. So,
yeah, having to fill it airtime.
yeah.
Yeah. So looks like Dennis Brown is on a 3-bagger. He seems to like this look a little bit more now.
Yep. Mark Shirless left a baby split, so he has not struck yet.
But as we saw in the last set of matches, you know, in 2 of those
Anything can
matches,
come.
the guy that had the big lead after the first
Yep,
game
got
ended
mowed
up not
down.
winning. Yeah,
Yep.
so
Got
So
mowed
it's,
down.
it's all about one shot at a time and figuring out, you know, what can you get away with.
Yeah. And there's really no big enough game that's safe, no
Yeah,
matter what.
Yeah.
As we had just seen in our match before between Dennis and Schisler.
Schisler, yeah.
Yeah. Even if you're down by 100, let's say.
Technically, you have a chance.
Yeah. There's always a chance.
Yeah. Wow, Chris is on another strike down there. He's on the front. He's on 5 in a row now.
Yep. I think this is what's throwing me off.
Oh, having the laptop right there.
Yeah.
And James Polk, that's a good shot. Yeah, that's a good shot. Here we go. We'll see if Chris can keep it up here. And he got that one in a little bit.
Yeah. Looks like he's a little further
He's
left.
a little further left than everybody else in the field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially being on fresh again.
Yeah. Which is okay if you don't get too much angle in the front.
Yeah.
If you can keep it shallower in the front, you're okay. But we saw that over here on 1 and 2 as well. He was just a little bit tighter than Kevin was.
Yeah.
All right. And he covers it up. He looks like he was a little worried about chopping that.
Yeah. Still acting like it.
All right.
So Dennis threw a massive messenger at the 10 pin for 4 in a row.
He's looking to get out to a lead here, a commanding lead, so to speak. And Mr. Shirless just threw his first strike of the game
All
in the 7th frame. That was a good shot. That was a good shot. That's a 5-bagger right there. James is going to have to find something here pretty quick.
Yeah. Well, don't count him out.
No.
He made a pretty good comeback.
Yeah. Yeah, both of the two guys bowling each other here, Brown and Polk. They're the two guys that made the big comebacks last game.
Yep.
Oh, James leaves a 6-pin.
High.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looked like he moved right a little bit and went with something and tried to get the ball to start up a little sooner.
Kind of fitted a little more.
Yeah. And it didn't fit. Ooh, Chris down there just put one through the face.
Kind of trying to figure that one out.
Yeah. You can't take his foot off the gas here. He needs to at least keep marking. There it is. James liked that one. So he can still get out of this game with 229 and just hope to keep
good pace
Yeah.
or within
Yeah.
distance. Yeah.
keep touch. Stay within a 40 or 50 pin
Pin reach.
difference. Yeah.
Because we know it's not out of reach. So it's actually kind of nice because next weekend we both bowl.
Mhm.
Then we have a week off unless there's something going on the 9th and 10th. Then I bowl the 17th, which is the Eagle Ed. Then I bowl City on the 24th for singles and doubles. A week off. Then we're bowling on the 8th for the Leave Your Mark Pro Shop Open, I believe is what it is.
Oh.
It's a new thing that Rick Schaefer, JJ, Holiday Lanes are putting together.
Nice.
Let me find that info again real quick.
Dennis Brown is stepping up here in the 9th with a chance to really put the screws to James Polk. Got that one out a little bit. Covers a spare. A bit of a mess he left there. So James needs to strike out here.
So it is called the Colorado Scratch Classic Tour, happening December 8th at Holiday Lanes.
Oh boy.
Is going to be the first event, and it's going to cover centers like Highland Park, Sweetheart, Kingpin. So
Nice.
it's a nice little schedule. 1, 2, 3, 4-house schedule for right now, looks
those
like.
Those are independent centers, right?
Correct.
Nice.
Presented by Storm as one of the sponsors, so should be something good for a lot of our scratch ballers out there. So definitely going to be
Excellent.
worth bowling.
Excellent.
So as we get closer to December 8th, we'll have more information. Be on the lookout on Facebook at Leave Your Mark Pro Shop or Holiday Lanes, as well as Colorado Bowling News, I believe it is. So let's see here.
Let's move on over and see how this match is shaping up. We've got Chris Martinez came out of the gate pretty strong. He's had a couple frames there in 7 and 8 that ball got a little high on him. So I think he just moved and struck in the 9th. Looks like he's going to take the lead after game 1, but
That was a ringer.
Mark Shirless is grinding away, so that's going to be a tight match down there in the next game. All right, picks up his spare.
Looks better.
He can. See, what's he looking at here? 236 if he strikes. So he's in the 230s.
Shirley shoot 179.
He shot 179.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Shirley's is going to be down by about 60.
60, yeah. Which,
Nice.
as we've seen today,
Ain't
that's
nothing.
not safe.
It's nothing.
James Polk
All right.
strikes.
205.
205. Dennis is sitting on 204 in the 9th, so he can strike out for 234.
Was that 216 for Martinez?
36.
Oh, 36.
And Dennis can shoot 234 if he strikes. No,
240.
244 if he strikes out.
14,240, and that'll give him about a 40-pin lead, roughly.
Yeah. It always throws me off that they put the 10 for the spare in.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier.
And then
So that's why I was saying that we always seem to have math issues here because of that.
they fill the 10 in instead of leaving it blank till the next ball's thrown.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that is another issue, Mr. Coffee.
Ooh. Mr. Shirless starts out game 2 with a strike. So Dennis
shoot
shoot 230.
234 possible.
Yeah.
So he's going to have a roughly 30-pin lead. So
Yeah, 29.
yeah,
Every pin counts.
definitely. Especially from one of these two ballers, because we've seen them mow down some.
Yeah. Some pinnage.
Yep.
Like Chris strikes, so
All right, 234. So Dennis Brown is up by 29. Let's see. Chris Martinez is up by
57.
57?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and we've seen that. All right, and Chris Martinez is stepping up on lane 11. Oh, that ball just didn't want to make the turn. So he gets a 7 count there.
So he's finding a little bit of issues over there, it looks like.
Polk start. He starts the game with a strike.
Nice. No such thing as Deadwood. That's Lanewood.
All right.
Yeah.
Chris covers that up.
Can you throw a ball for that or no?
All right, so
All right, if we're gonna do it that way, then I need better access.
there you
than
go. Yeah, let's scoot that down. Actually, can just do it here.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was doing, but it's easier to go this way.
Oh, gotcha. All right.
Like
so
playing the piano.
we're getting
Even though I don't play piano, but
all right,
one of those deals.
back underway here. So we're gonna try to get you every shot in here. The players have kind of staggered enough that we can switch cameras.
Created enough space in between each other, yeah.
Hopefully it stays that way. So we'll watch Dennis Brown's shot here, and then we'll try to flip over to Mark Shirless. And it looks like they're going to continue to keep their stagger, so that's good. Nice ball, nice ball.
So this is where I was trying to get it to fade instead
Yeah.
of just a straight cut. So I'm not sure how we do that, but
Oh yeah, these guys are like see these guys like the stagger. They're showing off for us now.
I don't think that's how that works. But let me see.
Let's get over here back to.
Oh, there it is. I knew it was one of those buttons. You let me play with it long enough, I'll figure it out. Ramon.
Oh, he's in. That was in a little bit.
Oh,
That looked good.
nice,
That looked
nice
really
line
good.
there.
Okay, let's get over.
Check that out. I think we need a pay raise now. Did he get it? Can't tell.
Yes, he
yeah.
did.
Wow. That had like 4-7 all over it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have a conversation. We're gonna have to let these fellows know they need to get out of the way after they throw the ball, so we can see what's going on.
Step left.
Let's get over here to
Step left.
James.
So that looks like a pretty good shot.
Yeah, it did.
Nice.
All right. Make this nice and easy.
It'd be great if it stays like this all day.
Yeah.
That looks good.
Ooh.
Can opener.
So we went the beginning of the last match. It took a while for us to get some strikes,
Yes.
and now it's
like
now
who
it's
do-
all strikes.
Who doesn't want to strike? Yeah.
There it is. That looks good. All right, no lead is safe if they can strike like this.
I'm telling you, these guys can bowl.
Yeah.
All right. Martinez, I believe, went strike, spare, strike.
Yep. He's looking to double up here.
Looks good. Nice.
Yeah, that looked really good. Yeah, he's in a position now where as long as he does whatever
Mark
does,
yeah,
he wins.
he's good.
Yeah.
Yep. This match is going to pretty much be neck and neck. Yep.
Nice shot.
Would not expect anything less.
Yeah, this is coming down to it now.
Ooh,
He's lofting the ball out there a pretty good ways.
he is. Is that good? Is that bad? I don't know. I don't think
I
he
don't
needs to
know.
do that, but I don't know.
Depends on what you want, what you're wanting to do. I think he's trying to take some of the early skid out of the way
Yeah.
and keep the ball on a straighter line down lane. All right,
Spare.
fix it up.
got kind of cold in here.
Yeah. I noticed that when we were here for the Masters, it got pretty cold. Tell you what, I was
Oh, look at that. Got away with that one.
it was plenty warm out there on the lanes bowling.
Yeah. And it was funny because when I was at Holiday yesterday, I walked up to the camera people. I was like, you know, I know we always complain about it being hot in here, but it is freezing.
Yeah. When you're not bowling, it gets cold quick.
So don't ever say Holiday's AC don't work because it works.
Yeah. It's a little wide.
Oh,
Yeah.
is it going to get it?
It's just a
Ooh.
pinch wide.
Yeah.
All right, he's the first one to flinch in this match. Oh, that was a good run at that.
Yeah, unfortunately, that.
He was going for it because I think he has no choice.
Yeah, at that point, you don't have a choice.
Oh, that's a
missed the 10.
That's a mistake there.
I think that was a little lack of focus.
Yeah.
He just kind of got his ball and went. So.
He's
Okay, so we're out of sync here again. So.
Yeah. So
We'll do what we can.
and I think that was just out of frustration. He's
I
stepping
believe
up
so.
and trying to make up for that 10 pin. Chris strikes.
That's what you should do.
And James strikes. All right.
All right. Let's see here. Coin flip. We'll go here.
There you go.
See, I like doing this in the beginning when we would show matches. Just try to get every shot that we could.
Yeah. It's easier to do the closer we get to the finals because
Yeah.
there's fewer switches to be made. That's a pretty good shot. That's a pretty good
Ooh,
shot.
yeah, that's a flat
little lazy
tap.
down lane.
Yeah. All right, so Brown can keep the string going.
And
Sure
he-
does.
Was that the head pin that came across?
That was something. I
like
believe it
someone
was.
Looks like someone just threw a pin across the lane. And there was nothing for the messenger to take out, but it came across anyway.
It said, yeah, hi, I'm here. Just in case. Drive by, as they say.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what Shirley's can do here.
There, he got that one down a little better.
Well,
Yeah.
better ball
better shot.
reaction, yeah.
Ooh. Looks like he stuck a little bit there.
Interesting.
Looks like he got a little too far over his skis on that one. Yeah, see, he got that ball down a little better.
Yeah,
still 10 pin,
flat-handed,
yeah.
What if he looks a little gassed?
Yeah.
And what are they in today? Let's see, 6,
8.
10,
9,
so getting
10.
12.
Yeah.
So not too bad.
Hmm.
Way less than the Denver Masters.
Yeah,
so.
that's true.
See, I think at this point they were already in 18, 19
Yeah.
games, something like that. So.
Yeah, but there was still 2 hours to go.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll be out of here way before leagues this time.
I hope so. Well, yes and no.
No, we've got this game and then the final.
Yep. Oh.
And as long as the finals isn't like a 6-game marathon, we're okay.
Oh, geez, that would be horrible, wouldn't it? You hear that, Lucia? I am the voice. It's not me saying it, it's them. Martinez flat 10s again. Yeah, I think he's safe.
I don't know.
Well-
There's still enough frames left that.
Well, he had a 57-pin lead over him, so
Yeah,
I'm
that's
pretty
true.
sure he's
That's
safe.
true.
Oh,
Oh,
poke.
that's.
Oh, no.
I think that's going to be the end of
Yeah.
that.
I think he knows it, too.
I mean, he's only 29. He was only 29 down after last game, but
Yeah.
Dennis is.
He's pacing
He's
230.
got
yeah.
something there. Yeah.
He's pacing 230 easily.
He's pacing 270.
I'm just saying 230. It's So like that, if my math is wrong, I'm under, not over.
Yeah.
There's a
There
shot.
we go. See what Chris is doing down there.
Can you delete that? Aren't you supposed to be driving home or something, Schaefer? I get enough of you every day. I don't need any more of you.
There it is.
And it's not me that gave me the voice of Colorado. It's your fabulous bowlers in the state of Colorado that gave it to me.
The two that he asked.
The two that I haven't asked. Killing me, Smalls. Oh, that was another head pin shot. He's like, what was that?
That was a 7-9 that got crumbled out there.
I think the head pin took both those out.
Something did.
Yeah. I'm almost sure the head pin took both those out. So I think Shirless is just in stop the bleeding mode. So
yeah, I think that I think Chris is going to advance out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's done.
Unfortunately for Mr. Shirless.
He had a great day today, though.
Yes, he did.
He had a great day.
Very good day. That guy's terrible, ain't he?
You are correct, Mr. Schaefer. He
Don't encourage him.
definitely has a face
Stop,
for radio.
Stop enabling him.
I think our finals is probably set here. I think it's going to be Dennis Brown and Chris Martinez, but I don't want to speak too soon. Even though I did speak too soon. It's a good shot.
Oh, wow.
Wow, 9-pin.
Yeah,
Oh, what
he knows it's over. I think that's all it is. Just trying to fast track it. That didn't look.
Chris grabbed his forearm or wrist like that hurt when it came out of his hand.
He's not showing any other signs. I don't know.
When he turned around and walked back, he was grabbing his wrist. And that ball definitely did not make it to the pocket.
Yeah, he knows it's good. We'll see you next week. Yeah. Yeah. Huh?
Felix,
Yeah. Who you bowling with?
someone prettier than Felix.
I doubt that. That's. Go home. I forgot. I shouldn't have asked that question because that's his doubles partner. I said I shouldn't have asked that question because that's your doubles partner. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So Martinez is just
Fast tracking out.
trying to get this done with. So I get it. So Jennifer Couples has been Scott Meyer's double partner for just about everything that's doubles. So.
All right. So we are going to have in our finals Chris Martinez
Versus Dennis Brown.
versus Dennis Brown.
So we are going to have a
Right.
first-time winner of the. Actually, no, I'm not even going to say it because.
It's a pretty good shot. Yeah. And now they have to come over and do it on fresh all over again.
Oh boy. That'll be fun. It's hard to see what he's got going over there, but. All right, Dennis Brown keeps going.
All right.
So, how do you feel about what Martinez did, just getting through with it instead of staying focused? Versus
you don't carry the pins over. I think that at some point I would attempt to fish around a little bit and see what I can get away with.
Right.
Just, I mean, they're moving to fresh, so it's not like they're
Yeah.
going to be bowling on the exact same thing, but I might take a look at another ball and play
Or
it in a different
something.
part of the lane just
Right.
in case, you know.
Try to stay on top of it, something
But he's
more focused.
Yeah, he's got a pretty good command of his game, so I think I think he already has a plan for what he's going to do.
He's pretty safe.
Yeah.
Okay. So
And
Dennis,
he just wanted to get through that game.
So Dennis shoots 278. Okay.
Wow.
It's one of those. Okay, if you say so.
All right, and that means that we will be moving over here to 3 and 4 for our championship match.
And thank you, Mr. Schaefer. I'm glad you can be sympathetic. Oh, great guy, man. You guys ever need anything? You're up
Yes.
in the west side, northwest side of Denver. Go see Rick Schaefer, Brian Montoya, JJ over at Holiday Lanes. I'm there every once in a while as well, too, on a Saturday. So if you guys ever need anything, feel free to swing by, call or whatever. Up north, Lafayette area, go see Rob at the Pro Shop at Coal Creek. Further north, go see Zach Enders up at Highland Park in Greeley. Come see the Tyson Lindquist and the staff here at Arapahoe Bowling Center. Who am I forgetting? Anybody? Go see up in Loveland. There's another shop up there, the Sweetheart Pro Shop by Clark Frazen.
Yep.
And I think that's really about all we got at the moment. So, other than your few pro shops down south in Colorado Springs. So, other than that, so as they finish up, we're going to get stuff switched around, and we shall be right back with your
And
final
To
match.
answer your question, Dale Coffee, yes, they are going to fresh. It's fresh all the way across. All right,
Absolutely.
we'll be right back.
You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly.
All right. Yeah, I just talked to Chris Martinez. He said he's fighting a cramp in his forearm.
Uh-oh.
So that
Oh, no, I was talking up here.
I did see something out there when I think that's why he fast tracked to the end
That
of the
could
match.
be, yeah.
He got a little bit of a cramp in his forearm.
All right, so we are in our championship match between Dennis Brown and Chris Martinez. I do believe that neither one of these have won a senior masters.
I think you're right.
Chris definitely hasn't because this is his first year as a senior. So, as far as Dennis Brown, I am not sure. Chime on in, Mr. Coffee.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Ooh, that one got back. He was worried about that. He was worried about that one.
Was he?
Yeah. All right, so let's see what Chris has got here. This.
See if that's
on the
going to
fresh.
bother him or
Yeah,
not.
see if that if he got that cramp worked out in the little bit of time we had between games. Ooh, and he trips the 4. That was in a little bit, but. That's a pretty good shot. Yep, that was a pretty good shot.
I think they're both going to have their hands full with each other.
Yeah. I think that cramp may be all worked out.
Yeah, motivational.
I think he got that all worked out. That was a pretty quality shot there.
No time for 2 shots, 1 and done.
Yep. Yeah.
I ain't got time to throw 2.
Oh yeah, we'll be out of here 2 hours before the league starts. We're in good shape.
Yeah, I predicted about 4 o'clock, so
Yeah.
probably about 4:30.
That's a pretty good shot. Wow, these guys are locked. They're not afraid of the fresh.
No, that's definitely a fact. Just watching all this bowling makes me want to just go bowl now. let me attack this pattern. Let me see what's going on.
I need about 7 days rest after bowling this morning. Unfortunately, I only get 2 days rest.
Yeah. I'm going to be taking an extended vacation here at the end of the week, so it's going to be nice. Looks good. Oh,
Wow.
that was interesting. Looked like it started up and went
then
left and backed off.
And then backed up, yeah.
Yep.
And no one taking an early lead yet.
Nope.
It's got to move. It's got to move. Yep.
Is that an 8-pin?
Yeah.
Okay.
9 pin. Yeah, 8 pin. Yeah. Yeah. He got that ball off his hand quick, and it just never recovered.
Going right. Yeah.
cover.
Okay. So, I was wondering this since Rob and Lucia are in Texas. Do you think they're going to hit the Big Texan out there?
Do what?
Hit the Big Texan?
Hit the Big Texan.
That's the big old restaurant out there. You get that like 92-ounce steak.
Probably not. Probably not. I imagine they're gonna. Well, Rob's got a bowl tomorrow night, so
They should be on their way.
he's got to be on his way back here pretty
sooner
soon.
or later.
But I don't know what the plan is. If I was with him, we would be hitting the.
I know I would be too. Because
I'm a lover of steaks.
I don't know if I'd be doing that challenge or not, but I'm definitely going to probably get the biggest one before the challenge. So,
I would try it.
would you?
Yeah.
Well, you got to eat everything though.
See, that's the problem.
Yeah.
I would just eat the steak.
Exactly. But you got to eat the potatoes, the salad, and whatever else they give you, the bread.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
So basically, they want you to eat yourself to death to get the meal free.
Yeah, pretty much. So. So it almost sounds like Martinez's injury is starting to affect him a little bit. So.
See if you can focus out of it.
It's a lot of that mind over matter.
Yeah.
During my career, I've done a lot of that when I was in my younger part of my career.
Yeah.
Ooh, got a handful on that one.
And
I didn't know if that was going to make it.
It made it.
It did. Made it 4 in a row.
Sent everything sideways.
As they call it, the double-double.
The double-double. That looks pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah, he's got it locked in here in the fresh. He just came back and said he'd rather be lucky than good. Mr. Brown, I believe you are both.
I was gonna say, yeah. If I had to choose the one or the other, I don't know, man. That's like a hard choice in my opinion.
That didn't get back. Yeah, that won't get back from there.
Would you rather be lucky or would you rather be good? Well, I think you got to be good to be lucky.
Yeah. Well, definitely in this game, oftentimes you create your own luck.
Correct.
So I think
Yeah.
I think you have to be good to be able to create the
Create luck.
conditions to be lucky.
Yeah, I agree with that.
No, nobody wins on luck alone.
No.
There you go. All right, nice cover.
Oh, updates from Mama. She's bowling the senior stuff today, women's senior stuff. Let's see what she says. Oh, okay. Let's see that one. This one. Get it.
Just a little light. Ball's a little late down lane. It was a little tighter though. He
Yep.
kept it closer to the pocket.
Well, she didn't bowl too bad today. We'll talk about that later tonight when we get home. Figure out what happened. Ooh.
Ooh.
I wonder if that injury's starting to bug him a little.
I think it is. That was he sliced that one pretty thin.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think so.
I mean, that's not good. I mean, I don't care who you are, but you definitely don't want to have that.
Looks like he's going to make a ball change or a thumb change. Looks like he's not sure what he's doing. Is he going to put tape in it, I guess? Or is he changing balls? He took his thumb out.
Or throw something at him, no.
Is that a phase 2 or is that a
that is a DNA.
Okay, yeah. It's shinier than mine.
Yeah, I need to put that back in the bag. I kind of put a special drill on my DNA.
I did too. I don't like it.
Ooh.
Ooh, that.
Interesting.
That's very interesting.
So yeah, he is making a ball change.
So was that? Did he throw that soft or did he miss in?
I couldn't really tell because he's in front of me. So
Yeah,
I don't know for
I
sure.
couldn't tell either. It's hard to. All right.
Yeah, with my DNA, I went with a very unusual pin distance to my PAP. I went with almost a 6-inch pin.
Oh.
Yeah.
What does that do for it?
That makes the ball go very straight, very long, and somewhat, we'll say a decent ball motion in the back end. So the idea was kind of trying to let the cover core and all that do all the work, playing straighter. So
Okay.
I definitely can't belly that ball. But the few times I've gotten the throw,
And he overcompensated there and
Yeah.
threw it out the window. Yeah.
for a 210. Ooh, back-to-back splits.
Yeah.
That changes the game. Now we'll see what Martinez can jump on it. So, but yeah, a few times I've gotten the throw, it's been pretty good for me. But it's one of those balls where you use for a game.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe game and a half or later in the block or something like that. You know.
I drilled mine to start up a little bit early and then lay off on the back.
Yeah.
And I drilled it specifically when I bowled the U.S. Open the senior U.S. Open a couple years ago, and it's I haven't been able to throw it in much since. I tried throwing it a little bit today, but it's just not the right ball.
Not liking what it's doing.
Yeah.
Not seeing what it wants to do.
All right, let's see if he can get on it here. There you go.
Interesting.
That's a nice shot. What is that? Is that a IQ?
Uh,
It's dark. I tend.
Martinez likes to throw overseas balls when he can get them.
Really?
I have a feeling that it's one of the overseas balls, but I cannot tell. It's got either red or pink labeling to it.
Yeah.
It's a storm ball. I know that.
Yeah, I do too.
I seen the bolt on it. So, what it is, I'm not sure.
I don't think it's a code black or anything like that.
No. It's like I said, it's got the red label on it. So, the code black's got that yellowish.
That yellow.
Ooh.
Oh.
The Vivo's got the silver.
The silver, yeah. And the Lightning has the
yellow.
Lightning Blackout has the yellow.
Yeah.
The Night Road has the purple.
Yep. Oh, come on, ball, roll. Maybe an ion?
No, it doesn't have any other color variation. It's just black
Maybe it's
or
one of
dark. Is that?
I don't know.
Now we're everybody's changing balls. Here we go.
All right, now I'm curious. Let's see if we can find some info on this.
So Dennis just went and got another ball, but it looks like he's going to stay with this ball.
Looks like he's throwing a Venom Shock.
Yeah, but he went and grabbed another ball and set it on the rack. So let's see if he can. a little firmer with this one. Yeah, he was a little. He stayed firm with that one. That was a little better. It seemed like he was a little more up the back of that one too.
I remember back in the day when you go to the Storm website, you could see every ball made worldwide, private, whatever.
Yeah.
Now you're very limited to what you can see. Fix that for us, Storm, please.
Yeah, because they had that whole retired ball section.
Yeah, those ones. And then you click on that, and you only get like a handful of them.
Wow, that ball made a sharp move down lane. That was a good shot. So I think he went and got that other ball out of his bag and set it up on the rack just to intimidate the ball that he's throwing. He basically said, "You can be replaced."
You decide what you want to do. That's good terminology. I might have to use that.
All right, Chris has got to step it up here. It's a good shot. That's a good shot.
Yeah, that ball definitely has a lot of back end motion.
It's aggressive on the back.
Wonder what that is. I'm curious. Ball change.
No, he's just getting
Tape.
yeah.
Yeah, let's try a different search here.
That's a good shot. All right, he's found something. So he can shoot here or sheet here for 212. I think he's going to need every bit of that.
That keeps him close because
Yeah.
Brown can punch out for 44.
44. Yeah. Ooh, gets the shaker there. Let's see, it looks like you've been corrected again. Dennis is throwing the primal shock, not the primal venom. Oh, yeah, that was a little in. That was a little too tight. All right, so he shoots 208 for.
Thanks for the correction. No comment. Martinez.
Oh, that makes this interesting.
So you see kind of the answer I got from
Yeah.
him? Yeah, because I seen the ball change, and I'm like, we're like, what did he switch? I was like, it's not a Evo. I was like, he likes to throw overseas balls, so I just got to figure out which one.
All right, so this game ends up 208 to 210.
With a 2-pin difference right
Two-pin
now,
difference.
so it's pretty much anyone's game. Yep, there it is. That's what he's throwing.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, I just asked Martinez what he switched to, and he said he switched over to a Storm Marvel Max Black overseas bowling ball. So, yep, it's got the... It's polished solid, basically, so with the NRG cover stock on it.
Oh, and he starts out with ace, D-Reich.
It's got the same core that you find in the IQ tours and stuff like that. So
Okay, so basically it's an IQ.
I guess you can say that. It's a Marvel Black.
Okay. I thought the Marvel series had a different core than the IQ.
No, I think
Not
they-
overseas.
No, I don't think they did. I think they had the same core in them.
Really?
So yeah. Marvel Max Blackout.
I never threw a Marvel.
I've only thrown the original Marvel stateside a couple times. I got a fresh one sitting at home, but it's not an
Oh, it's a good
original
shot.
one. It's from like 2017.
That's a good shot there.
Yeah, unfortunately, overseas balls are not sold in the States. You have to know somebody that can get them, or eBay, or somebody abroad that'll ship them to you. And they're not cheap. So, they average about $300 roughly. So,
That was in a little. Ooh. Got a little kick on the 4 there, or on the 9 there.
I do agree, Mr. Coffee, that we do have to know all the balls from all the companies, but sometimes some things just slide through the cracks.
Especially from our vantage point.
Yeah. I mean, you got to give us a break. I mean, no matter what company you're with or who that you throw, some of the balls' colors coincide with one another or previous, so that's going to be my reason.
And then sometimes the guys throw overseas balls. They
Exactly. So I mean, it's a multiple coin flip. So one of those, you're right, you're wrong, it don't matter.
Let's see. It's not going to make the corner. Yeah, that's not going to make it around. That ball was a little right.
Well, I would hope you know one of these two, Mr. Patrick. Yes, Miss Francis. A lot of the bowlers out here have good respect for each and every one of us, or for each other, no matter who we are, because the bowling families can be tight,
Yeah.
Every bowler out here has worked on their game and earned the respect of every bowler that they bowl against. So, it's a great camaraderie to have bowlers like this out there, friends off the lanes. But once you step on that approach, no more friends.
Lots of respect.
Yep, lots of respect. So,
And there's a lot of tournament play around Denver, so we all see each other.
yeah, pretty much every weekend, depending on what we bowl. So,
More than some of our family.
well, sometimes.
It's got to get around.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh, he gets the
Gets
light hit
little,
there.
Yep. Well, very understandable. You must go with your significant other. So, but yeah, it's definitely difficult. Like when I bowl my friends, and you know, Michelle's pretty good friends with them and all that. It's like, ooh, she's like, who do I vote? Who do I root for? I'm like, root for either one, but root for me more.
That's a good shot right there. Wow, this is anybody's match.
Yep. So tell me, Miss Brown, would this be Dennis's first senior Masters title? Excellent.
Nice
Ooh,
shot.
likes it,
That's
yeah.
a really nice shot. You'd tell he liked that one.
Yep. So these two are going to be first-time winners of the Senior Masters.
Yeah, we are going to have a first-time winner. Maybe that's why they didn't etch the trophy.
Well, no comment. Because they did the same thing with the Denver Masters. I'm like, that's a pretty nice trophy. Doesn't say what it's for, but I guess that story's open for interpretation.
There it is. He likes that light hit.
Ooh.
He's liking that light hit.
I don't expect either one of them to back down. At
No.
all. It's going to be one of those, I see your strike, and I raise you another.
Yeah, they are going to trade jabs here, so to speak.
Yep.
Get around.
If that six pin didn't get it, that messenger definitely got
Wow,
it.
that was. I think he liked that one the best of all of them, and
yeah.
it almost didn't carry.
Yep.
Would this one qualify as a barn burner?
I don't see why it wouldn't.
This is a race to see who makes the first mistake.
Yeah,
I
pretty
mean,
much. Yeah, who's going to fold first? And I don't think either one of them's going to.
I don't think so. It may come down to luck.
Yeah, maybe.
Luck of the carry. That was solid. That one spoke for itself. That didn't need any commentary.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
No, that's better. That could have been worse.
Yeah, that could have been really bad. Fortunate to leave that. I don't think I've seen anything different other than it might have been just a touch inside.
Yeah, it looks like it was in a little bit.
Yeah. Ooh.
No harm, no foul.
Yeah, you're good. It's okay.
So this is Chris's chance to get his 2 pins back.
Yeah, he's got at least one.
looks a
Pretty
little
good.
right.
I got a pretty good vantage point from where he's
Yeah.
lining up, and that looked really good.
You can feel the tension in the air.
Yes, definitely.
Cut it with a knife.
I wish that would just warm me up a little because I'm starting to get cold.
Yeah.
I'm about to put in a request ticket for a portable heater.
Those mini fire pits.
Yeah, something.
Push.
Oh, he did the same thing on that
yeah,
lane.
he got it in.
Yeah. So that's going to change that,
That
a
changes
little bit.
it, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a tough spare. This is a tough spare.
Yeah, that's my favorite spare. I'm
It
telling
is
you.
not mine.
I leave that so much that it's like, ah.
All right.
Nice.
Picked it up.
That hurt.
Nice cover.
Yep,
Yeah.
that hurt. Let's see. 29, 30, 69.
I think he needs to drink more water.
59, so Brown can punch out for 59.
Yeah, if he punches out, it's over.
Yeah, and Martinez can go 56.
And he's already down 2 after the last match or last game.
Yep. Looks like 10.
Ooh, that was a good shot. He was definitely very firm with that one.
Yeah.
Made sure it stayed on line.
I'm not sure how this is going to affect Martinez. It looks like he's really struggling right now.
Yeah, he looks like he's in
Yep.
a bit of discomfort for sure.
What are you giving him? Some mustard? Yep. The old mustard trick. My mother-in-law says, "Are you cramping? Take a spoonful of mustard."
I didn't know that mustard was a performance-enhancing drug.
Well, whatever it does, it definitely helps with the cramps, man. That's old school.
I eat a lot of mustard anyway, so I don't really have a cramping problem, I guess, because of that. That's a good shot.
Let's see. Let's see. What'd she say? 46. 56. No? Is my math right?
Oh, 60, 90. No, because see, they add in the 10
Oh, Jesus.
on the screen. So
That's because
that
would be
66,
66. and
30,
then
60,
90s.
90 is 50. 56.
96,
Yeah.
26, 56.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he can shoot 256.
256.
And Dennis can shoot 59.
Yep.
So.
Comment deleted.
Oh, I'm under enough pressure, Mrs. Brown.
We're not the only ones that can't do math.
Exactly. We've been struggling, and it's only this place. All right, let's see how bad this affects Mr. Martinez. I'll be able to tell right here. Well, it didn't look like it was too bad.
All right.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Gets the light hit. He still hasn't taken his spoonful of mustard yet. But it's there just in case.
Mrs. Brown, do not feel bad. It happens. And it happens to us on a...
Multiple times today.
Yes. Well, no matter... It happens more here in Arapahoe than it does anywhere else.
overcompensated for the one that he tugged in.
Yeah. I think that's just frustration with
Yeah.
his body.
Yeah, I think so. So the best Chris can shoot is 236.
Let's see. Brown. Yeah, Brown's still on 250 pace, so. So I believe he just needs to fill frames.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep. There's the first one.
Yep.
Yeah.
See, I put them there, 99.
Yeah. He needs this strike, I think, to
Yep.
shut
he
him out.
does, Yep. Much different atmosphere than 2 weeks ago. Ain't this? There
That's
it
it.
is.
That does it. There's your winner.
Dennis Brown is going to be your winner of the 2024 Greater Denver USBC Senior Masters.
That's a mouthful.
That was a lot. I've been practicing that since this morning. Great bowling to all the competitors today.
Yeah.
Great bowling to
Yeah.
yourself. Glad to see you out there bowling. So
It's good to be out there again.
yeah, everybody bowled fantastic today. Yeah,
And
you
that's the exclamation point at the end
yeah,
there.
pretty much. So I don't
Yeah,
think there was anything that could seriously go wrong there. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, they had a really good day.
yes, he did. And one of those. Oh, you didn't even hit the head pin.
The old
What is
1-5.
going on? One of those. Now you do it.
And Chris is just going to finish this out.
Yeah, we're going to finish this
All
out.
right.
We want to thank Rapole Bowling Center, their staff, Tyson Lundquist, Fred Ginch, everybody here, Greater Denver USBC, to all the bowlers, Storm Bowling Products, to everybody that came out and who's watching live now. So thank you all. Without y'all, we couldn't do this. Hope you enjoy the coverage today.
Yeah.
Our next broadcast will be in 2 weeks, I believe, at the Rocky Mountain Seniors Century Doubles, I believe is
That's
what it is.
next weekend.
Is that next
That's
weekend?
next weekend, yeah.
Ooh, okay.
So
We'll see you next.
I think everybody's bowling in that one.
Yeah, I guess you guys are commentating next week. You'll
All
be
right.
with Lucia. So once again, congrats to Mr. Dennis Brown. Thank you for everything, and we will see you next time around.
See you all next time around.
Senior Masters tournaments. Nice bowling, guys. We'll have pictures.
Prism live streaming.